Nobody's felt the earth fucking move. And
It
all
doesn't.
the stars match up with every archaeological
Exactly.
stone that's the size of a mountain anywhere in the
Hi,
world.
Jack.
You know, and now we're going to talk about the truth. And everybody knows Jack Nicholson's quote, "You can't handle the truth." And everybody knows Hathaway's song off by heart, "What is love?" And then people want to talk about love, light, and God the rest of the time and where they're going in outer space. All right. So we're going to have to overcome a bit of drugs. We're going to have to overcome programming indoctrination, television viewing, and the mind control of the world of physics around us.
I love this guy.
Because if I was yelling at you guys right now, you would understand what I'm saying. And if I say it really nice, you guys will be like, "Holy fuck, man. This guy's like a fucking guru. Listen to this cat, man." Right? So now I know I can control you guys based on what comes out of my mouth and the frequency and the vibration of it. Every housewife in Lululemon is going to be meditating on a mountaintop looking for that galaxy that she's going to go through to have a life of bliss because some dude broke her heart. But it's before that. It wasn't the dude that broke her heart. It was your parents that broke your heart. Okay? Your parents broke your heart. Why? Because their parents broke their heart. How? Well, I tested it to 10 generations in my family. I ended up in Europe a couple years ago doing it. I kept going all the way back. Guess what? First parents, total fuck ups. One son killed the other. You know, they didn't have a lot to remember and do, and they didn't even do that. You know. And when you think of the stories of the origin of mankind, you have God, the most supernatural, paranormal entity, energy, whichever description you want to take whatever category you want from A to Z and any other letters they're going to make up after, and get to the top of that. And at the pinnacle will be the attributes of God described in whichever way you're going to describe it. Okay. It always happens. You'll end up in the golden ratio. You'll end up with perfect geometry and trigonometry. You'll end up with mind-blowingly fascinating irrational numbers that depict the river ratio that we see that flows throughout the whole world in little streams and currents and eddies that make circles in a natural world. And then you get to rational numbers and you're more mind blown. And then you get to chemical interactions and physics and all this shit. And people end up talking just in vagaries. They don't even know the words and the meanings and the power that each word contains.
This guy would be so fun to get high with, dude. Are you serious? I love this guy so much.
He's probably high right now. He smokes probably as much weed than you.
I love it. I know.
I said
this is amazing.
Okay, so I just want to introduce. He kind of bounced out. I want to introduce some of our new guests here. So, we've got Nicole Personette, who was on the Missing Link before. We've got Matt the Unseated, who was on the Missing Link before. We have Jack Talcott, who was on the Missing Link before. We have Aaron Gauchi, and he's coming up on the Missing Link. Michelangelo is on the Missing Link. Jim Andre was on the Missing Link. OT was on the Missing Link. So this is great. We got a whole panel of missing linkers. So I want to start off with, I like to always say ladies first. So if Nicole, you can maybe tell us a little bit about yourself and tell us about how you come to know God, Jesus, the Bible, anything that you wanted to share here with us.
Okay. I was born and raised a Jehovah's Witness, and as that religion, I had to attend 5 meetings a week. I went out in service 1 to 2 times a week, and then graduated early from school and spent what would be my senior year teaching people about the Bible, spending 60 hours a month as an auxiliary pioneer. We had circuit conventions 4 times a year and district conventions once a year. And between that and then having like family Bible studies once a week. We would also look after the daily text. We would talk about one text in the Bible and then discuss that in a family meeting at dinner. So I became very, very familiar with what the Bible was. And after I had left that religion, because they support child abuse, and they have
That's not good.
yes, they have a two-person witness that you have to have before you can go to the elders. And as you know, a lot of pedophiles do not do this in front of a witness. And so it perpetuates a really big problem. I came to a conclusion in my life that I could not support that system. And I started looking into the unity consciousness that ties all the religions together, because I knew inside of me there had to be something that everything could agree on. And I did a lot of research and study into different religions using, the internet and asking different people. I went to Lakota sweat lodges. I went to a Buddhist retreat center. I did a residency there. I attended guru yoga and had a profound dream yoga session where I actually traveled astrally to Shambhala in Agartha. And I was telling Rinpoche that one of the mandalas that were in the Gompa was actually a blueprint of a city that existed in Shambhala. And he said, "How did you know that?" I said, "Because I was there in a dream." And in that very center of the city, they have like a giant Bodhi tree. And they have all the Buddhas, they would come and they would make like ceremony to the tree. They'd have picnics areas around it. They would have all these rooms where people would do like sacred dancing, and then there was meditations and prayer rooms, and it was very ornate and beautiful. I've also done a meditation where I've seen inside Telos in the city underneath Mount Shasta. There's a white temple. It kind of looks like an onion with a spire on the top, and the inside has an altar, and in the altar was laid like gold and white robes, and that was part of the priesthood in Telos.
This is a real place you can go to.
Yes, it's in Inner Earth.
Like people have seen this onion temple or whatever with the spire.
Yeah, it's in
Mount Shasta.
yeah, underneath Mount Shasta. Yes. And there's entrances into Inner Earth through the area in Mount Shasta. One of the entrances is Pluto's Cave. There are entrances underneath the pyramid into Inner Earth. There's entrances from Uluru.
The pyramid, Mount Shasta, or is the whole mountain the pyramid?
There are several actual pyramids that are overgrown.
Well, I asked that because
yeah.
when up in Europe, looking into some family genealogy, right out in front of my aunt and uncle's house that he grew up in, was a mountain, was a pyramid the size of a mountain that was covered in trees, right? And I said, how long's that been there? They couldn't see it. I could take a photograph and overlay a ruler, and it would put the straight edge in line with the roof that I would take a picture of a building paralleling the mountain. They couldn't see it. They couldn't see it. In America, they found pyramids in Arizona, or is it not Arizona? the Grand Canyon, in the Grand Canyon, in there, life size Sphinx, life size pyramids. They had a big block, a monolith written in Hebrew, the 10 Commandments in friggin' the Grand Canyon.
Yeah.
Now you can't go there anymore. That's blocked off. But
Right.
Yeah.
so
Right.
I just wondered about Mount Shasta when you said pyramids and all this other stuff.
Yes, yes. And a lot of these like pyramids, they were built on waterways because it was an energy source. And if they were built on ley lines, it would be another energy source. There was a profound dream that I had many, many years ago of what Atlantis looked like before the fall. It was a city encapsulated in a pyramid, and they had terraces outside with hanging gardens, and they had a big central waterfall that went down into pools and waters below it. And in the center of that pyramid was a aquarium that went down many floors. And then the center room was like a crystalline floating pool you could see through. You could swim in it, and you could see the whales and the dolphins swim
I have a
in it.
question.
Yeah.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
I'm just curious. These are really amazing stories. Is there any way you can connect that with your past of really understanding the Bible and how you connect these things, or do you just disregard everything the Bible said?
No, it is all connected. It's
Well,
part
your
of,
description of it was describing things in Revelation as you were speaking.
yes. It's part of the ancient builder race. And this is before the Freemasons. This is the people that were actually building when they could build and their third eye was fully activated. They could take their crystal oscillator in their eye and create a harmonic resonance that could float stone. And that could create a sound from that. And then also because they were master alchemists and they knew the periodic table and how it worked, and they knew sacred geometry and how it worked, they were able to see something in the mind's eye and then create it with the third eye. So there's a lot of like things that they may not understand, and like how certain
Who may not understand?
certain temples were created, and like let's say the Shiva temple, right? They think it's been created, carved from the top to the bottom, but there's no residue anywhere of that stone. There's no stone anywhere. So what they would do is they would see with their mind's eye a very intricate design, and they would create it. And with the alchemy that they had, because they were master alchemists, they could dissolve the stone.
What's an alchemist?
An alchemist,
May I chime in?
Yeah, an alchemist would be like anything that really knew chemistry on a scientific basis, but also would be able to transmute certain elements as well.
Okay.
And
What, like by transmute, what does that mean? Change
so,
it to something else.
right. So one of the questions that was asked was about heaven and hell, right? And how that is played into source and in God, right? And what is the lake of fire? Is that a place of suffering, or is that a beginning, right?
Well, it's a lake.
Yeah. So like
On fire.
right.
Fire, right? It's pretty,
Right.
but it
Right.
is, right?
So what I feel it is source, because source created all things. And what happens when there's the fallen angelic races or these other, fractions that created a duality, if they continue in that duality, they create a miasma in their body, because we're at this point, we're like cells in source. Source is like Russian nesting dolls in its existence of placement of where we are. And if those souls continue to act out of alignment with source, which is loving one's neighbor as oneself, they get sent back to that lake of fire so that source can create something new. And in the scriptures says, I will create a new heavens and a new earth. This is how things are recycled through source to create something different. Even in Revelation, when it speaks of the abyss that the devil is thrown into with his angels on a cosmic level, the abyss is the black hole. And when you have scientists that talk about what the black hole does, they say it's a spaghettification. So there's adamantine particles, particle that stretch out, and then they go back into, it's like a cosmic recycling center.
I missed the word. What did you say it's like?
The black, the abyss that's written of in Revelation, where Satan and his demons are being thrown into on a cosmic level, is the black hole. It's the void.
What do you mean by the black hole? You mean the black hole theory that Albert Einstein calculated, the one mass theory, by using two masses in order to do it, but everybody missed it, like that black hole?
Yeah. Well, what the black hole does is it brings things into the hole. It's almost like a vacuum.
Into the hole with an H or the hole with the W? Like, is it bringing
it could be intermittently. It could be really because we're talking about word spells here, and linguists have changed the cast of wording with spelling.
That's why I'm trying to get you to clarify which way you just spelled hole. The W-H-O-L-E or with the H-O-L-E?
It could be H-O-L-E too, because
that's a fucking problem. If the dark hole is the hole into the hole, well, nothing's happening there. The light came out of the darkness.
Right.
That's
so
chaos. That is disorganization. That is death. That is nothingness. Like, it's not nothing, because you have to be something to be nothing. So there's nothing. So nothing is nowhere ever. Like, there can't be nothing.
There is no such thing as nothing. I agree.
Yeah. Like,
if everything
does my mic work?
That has been created, then it can distinguish between that which it can recycle and that which it isn't recycling.
What do you mean by recycling? Like, Mother Earth's going to recycle us into fertilizer you buy at the garden center to grow tomatoes?
No. It's there right now. There's a bifurcation of timelines. There's a world that is going to be encompassed with things that is finite, and there's a world that is being reverse engineered to save Gaia and to recreate the elements that are in Tara, and also to help Tiamat, which is the three in the one. It's the triad of Earths that have existed. There's been
very spiritual.
Who are the other? Who is the third guy? Gaia, Tara, and who else?
Gaia, Tara, and Tiamat. Tiamat was blown apart as a planet, and Tara was split apart, and those all have to be reconstructed.
What do you mean by a planet? When you say planet, what do you mean by planet?
A planet as in a cosmic body.
Sometimes in what she's talking about, like certain entities will create stories that are spiritual in nature, but represent something that actually happened.
Well, Michelangelo, when you say spiritual, what do you mean by spiritual? You got to define what spiritual is.
I don't got to do anything, but I would love to. Here's the thing.
It would behoove you to, if you want to talk about things
not secular,
to know what the definition of spirit is.
Well, yeah,
not secular.
It's very important to clarify this. Absolutely, yes, because the thing is, there's different spiritual that are intermingle when people are trying to understand it, but really are separate. The Bible, if you're spiritual with the Bible, is different than being spiritual with demons, but both are spiritual.
Well, but I mean, this is the thing, right? Like the reason that I want to make sure I get my spirituality nailed down is I don't want to end up having sex with the wrong people, right? Because what's the spiritual if you can't get laid, right? Like, is that what people?
How can you not get laid?
And they're getting
all cool.
Like, is that what they mean by
you
love?
already got that nailed down, man. Just go to a bar, man. You'll fucking get it, dude. Just trust me.
No.
So hang on. I just want to move on from this. I want to include some other people. So I just want. Okay, so we have some people in the waiting room, and I know some people are just come here to give a little bit of information. So Denise, welcome. Here to the Missing Link panel.
Thank you.
She's got kind of a little bit different view of the Bible. I wanted her to explain her thoughts, maybe introduce herself, tell us a little bit about what she thinks the Bible is, and then we can discuss that as a panel.
Sure.
Well, I think the Bible is very mono-minded. Pardon?
No, just keep going. And if everybody can put their mute on until you're ready to talk, so there's no background noises or anything, what's going on. So it just allows the person, we heard a train running through somebody's background while someone was talking. So it's just, it just let each person, and then when you want to speak, then just unmute yourself.
Thank you, Jesse. Yeah, I think the Bible, for a start, no women wrote it, and that I have a big problem with that. It's written through the male perspective, and it's all it's negative, and it's sort of a lot of threats in it, and I think it doesn't. Not I think, but it doesn't have enough about nature. It doesn't talk about how slavery is bad, and it hasn't helped anybody in 2,000 years since it's been written. I see it as something that was
You're joking.
written.
You're joking.
Hmm?
You're joking that it hasn't
No,
helped anybody in 2,000 years.
Well, okay, let me put it this way: it has a net negative effect on a net value. It's had a negative effect. It has helped people. That's true, and thank you for pointing that out. But overall, it's done a lot of damage, and I think the biggest damage, if you add the effect that I'm going to add now, is that what it's done is it has made us see our power coming from outside of ourselves instead of the power comes from within ourselves. I don't see that we have a God. In fact, just and maybe people don't use the term as a singular person, but it kind of is to a lot of people, and nothing can create on its own, nothing. So to think of God as a singular person puts us out of nature, because to create. And this is how I think what's happened is they've left the feminine side out of everything, which is a different quality of thinking.
What do you mean by quality?
They've put our thinking of our power outside of our own devices. We are the source, each one of us, in my opinion. Now, it's very hard to see that because we haven't been trained to see that. But I think that when we get used to this idea, everything else will seem phone. Feel free to.
You're breaking up.
Your connection is cutting out there, Denise. So maybe Jack.
The Bible to me is it's kind of ruined humanity.
Your connection is a little bit tough for us to comprehend what you're saying.
I'm sorry, I missed that. My.
Yeah, your connection is cutting out. So
what do you understand? Not understand.
She said
we couldn't.
Oh,
humanity. That's the last.
Yeah, I'm having a bad connection today.
Yeah, so
the dark ones don't want the truth getting out, eh?
Pardon?
They said apparently the Dark Ones don't want the truth getting
Oh,
out.
Can we talk to some of her points, please?
where did she just go?
So her connection is not good. So which so I wanted to I wanted everybody to maybe just talk a little bit about what she may have said. If you know, you guys try to comprehend that. Maybe Jack, maybe you can you introduce yourself to everybody here, and then maybe tell us what you thought about what she just said.
Hey, beautiful. Thank you. For those who don't know me, I'm Jack Talcott. Live without fear. It's the message that God has inspired me to try and share. And as far as what Denise was just saying, I agree with many of the observations and the criticisms she offered, but definitely not the conclusion. I mean, there's plenty of evidence that the Bible has done it's been used as a tool for division, but also it's been a very powerful tool for passing down important wisdom. And the fact we're discussing God in the Bible, the fact that I'm participating or even spending time on that, man, that's surprising. So this is an important time for us to be having these conversations.
Yes.
Hey, welcome back, Denise.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Sorry about the connection.
It's okay. So I just wanted to kind of get a little bit about everybody, so we kind of all get some voices here. So maybe Aaron, maybe you can introduce yourself, tell us a little bit about, you know, your thoughts on, you know, what you know, Denise said, and you know, maybe we can stick with that for a sec.
Yeah, thank you all so much. So yeah, I see the Bible, you know, is just like the scripture says, all scripture is given by the inspiration of God and is profitable for doctrine, reproof, and correction in righteousness. And like Denise said, you know, the source of God is within our hearts, and it's everyone knows innately what is right. And that's why that scripture really pertains to what the Bible is. It's to lead us into that which is right, which is love, because God is defined as love. And you know, the Bible's been powerful for me because in 2011, I was shown in the beginning of it this cellular biology of eternal life in this original law that when broken creates this what we call the original sin. And see, the original sin is just to know evil, to let it exist, because there's only love. Like, look at the word evil, it's live inverted. And when we look at how we're meant to live, we're only meant to live in love, because really what we figure out in physics is, like, I like to quantify the Bible with physics, because the true Bible to me is the body of God that is the all that is, right? Ephesians 4:6 says God is the all in all. And so I figured out that the sun, the great central sun, is the creator. And see, anytime we get off with things, it's because we're not being like the sun.
What do you mean sun, with a U or an O?
You. Both. They're synonymous. The great central sun is...
Wait a minute. You're telling me that friggin' light bulb is the creator of all fucking things? This thing that's going to sunburn you like you're a homeschool kid?
Check your physics, brother. The entire universe, all spirit and matter, is made out of plasma, which is, tell me the only other source of love and light.
What's plasma?
Plasma. Plasma is the emotion, the energy we feel from the sun.
Emotion and energy from the sun. Plasma.
Plasma is the energy we feel from the sun. It's the source.
Plasma that keeps you alive.
I'm sorry, say again?
What about your blood plasma that keeps you alive?
What about it? Energy.
Yeah.
The life is in the blood.
God says the life is in the blood. He specifically does not say the life is in the sun.
Boom.
That's not true.
That's in the Holy Scriptures. I would have read it before.
Okay, look at Psalms 84:11. And
84:11.
Mm-hmm. And Jesus, the last thing he says in Revelation 22:16, he says, I am a descendant of King David. I'm the morning star. And that's speaking of the sun. There's no other source of love and light, y'all. Like, again, check physics.
We haven't got to that point yet. I want to make sure you get your letters correct that make the words that you need to use to convey any information that's accurate and true.
That's right.
Like if it's the sun causing everything to live, how do you go 7 miles deep in the Marianas Trench and in those hot water vents that are coming out fresh water at the bottom of salty seawater? How come there's bioluminescent beings there that never saw the light of day ever?
Remember, brother, the foundation of physics, it says the 99.999% of the universe is made out of plasma, which is sunshine.
I'm trying to get to plasma now. This is why
So what I'm saying, though, is in your trenches, every single thing, water, trenches, matter, it's all made out of sunshine, energy. Like this unified field of consciousness that everything's made out of, that's sunshine.
Well,
everything is made out of me. I am the light.
How did God make it all before he made the sun? If it's all made out of sunshine energy. How did that happen?
Well, we'll check your physics again. The golden ratio is the energy coming from the sun that is shaping all matter here.
It says he's a sun, not the sun. So as sun, so it's metaphorical. What is he referring to? The sun is the ultimate. It's the life giver, just like God is.
Yes.
Yeah.
The sun is going to roast your asses like it's roasting the pyramids right now. Why don't you just leave the sun a little bit and concentrate on what light?
Yeah.
Focus on the physical electromagnetic thing. Okay. Stop talking with the equation that God, the creator source of all things, that everybody's too much of a pussy to fucking say. It's not him. Get that out of your heads right away.
Please.
You're deceiving yourself first and foremost if you think the sun is going to do anything other than burn your fucking ass. Pardon
Exactly.
French.
I love this guy.
Interesting argument.
Physics, y'all. No one can deny it. It's physics.
Where did that come from?
Physics is decomposing every one of us by the second law of thermodynamics.
Entropy.
The law of entropy.
Do you want to scream that a little louder there?
Sorry.
OT?
I just,
yeah, we'll just keep it like.
Wife, I would not smoke, which I'm about to light up.
Light up.
That I would
roll it up. Let's roll up.
Okay, I want to move to Matt the Unseated. So before we start with him, I want to just say that each and every single person on this panel has been on the Missing Link. Like, what's a blessing to have all you amazing souls to come here, here and share this time. I didn't know how many. We got Rick Jewers. He believes he's Jesus as well, that he was Jesus back then. He's from, I think he's currently in Germany.
Jesus, he's from Mexico.
Well, no, this one is Mexican Jesus here. So
thank you.
We've got another Jesus person that
God
believes.
God told me to prove all things and to hold fast that which is good. And if a dude comes up to me and says, I'm Jesus, I'm saying, man, Trump knows you're from Mexico. Welcome to America.
Thank you.
Right?
But I wanted to get to Matt the Unseated because he's going to talk a little bit about the origins of the Bible, how the current King James, where that came about. A lot of people are King James only people. So maybe he can just share a little bit of his insight how he thinks the Bible is connected to, all of us.
Yeah.
So yeah, thanks for having me on the show, Jesse, and it's a pleasure to speak to all of you as well. So I just want to start by saying that I'm not intimately familiar with the history of the Bible in and of itself, just a few bits and pieces, but I think, have some, we'll say, esoteric insights I think I could add to this. And well, I do like how Aaron implemented physics to this and talked about the sun, because the Druids actually would use the sun in particular as their sort of sign, if you will, to illustrate what God is, and they referred to it as Iesa Christos, as in Iesa meaning deity, and then Christos meaning circle or crisscross, which they, in order to illustrate what the sun is, they would actually take branches and make it into a cross. So I just think that is interesting. But in order to move forward with what you had said, Jesse, so in 1611 is when the King James Bible came to fruition. And I know that there were other books prior to this as well that are likely locked away in like a Smithsonian museum or like the Vatican, which we can't get to. But what I will say is that one of the editors of the Bible was Sir Francis Bacon. So Sir means you are knighted, and Francis Bacon in particular was a Freemason. Now, a lot of people, with the term Freemason, a lot of people, your mind jumps all over the place, because if you think about how, for instance, Nicole had brought up the Jehovah's Witnesses, that's actually a creation of the Freemasons, just like the Seventh-day Adventists, and same with other modern-day forms of what they'll call Christianity, I guess. So basically, what I'm getting at here is that within Masonry, and you can watch my episode that I had with Jesse for a little more insight on this, but there is operative Freemasonry and then speculative Freemasonry. So operative is like the operation, so therefore whether you're a stonemason, a carpenter, any of these things, and the way that they were recognized was by their handshakes within their guilds, and that's how you were able to tell what trade that people knew. And over time this was distorted to be something called speculative Freemasonry, which happened to start around the 1600s. Funny how that works. And speculative has to do more with the metaphors and allegories, the penalty signs, and secret handshakes, and things that all revolve around death, right? So, in particular, there were actually a total of 47 scholars and clergymen working on the editing of the Bible. And what's funny about this number 47 is when you look at that stupid Freemasonic G symbol with the square and compass, it's pointed at 47 degrees, which is pretty interesting, because a lot of as our master of physics there in the corner, Aaron, had spoken about the golden ratio. The golden ratio was largely distorted by right angles in particular, which is a large portion of what Masons rely on with their sort of geometry. So what I'm essentially getting at here is that even though I'm talking about Masons being involved with the what we'll call the Holy Bible, I guess, for sake of argument, the reality of it to me is that it's, if you guys have heard the phrase, the greatest truths are always told in the form of a lie. So basically what I'm saying here is that you can find different stories of myth that mirror the Bible. And when I say myth, I don't mean something that never happened. I just mean a time of antiquity, because as you go further and further in history, when you go further back, things are more orally told in tradition, so they're hard to trace. And then as you get more and more into the writing, things are more poetic and allegorical. I like the joint that this guy is showing, by the way. That's pretty good. But anyway, yeah, so what I'm saying is that allegory and things like this were really prominent in the way that history was told, and it was told in a more poetic manner. And it took a little bit more, we'll say, insight and perhaps even an intuitive sense in order to grasp what some of these people were saying, because unfortunately, when it comes down to, say, the Druids, they didn't write down their history. So any piece of history that you learn about them is told from a Roman observation perspective, if that makes sense. So basically what I'm getting at here, too, is a lot of the terminology as well in the Bible has been changed and distorted and stuff, as you were talking about Gehenna, hell, that sort of a thing, as Jesse Howell had touched on. And in particular, like a lot of the words and terms, for instance, have a much earlier use prior to the editing of the 1611 version of the Bible, such as the word sin, for instance, was actually an Akkadian god, and in Sumerian was referred to as Nana, and also known as Ishtar, which can be referred to as the planet Venus, right? And Venus is often thought about as Vesper or Lucifer. And I also want to differentiate between Lucifer and Satan in terms of this terminology, because Lucifer literally translates to morning sun or morning star. Depending on your perspective, you can look at Lucifer as Venus or as the sun.
You shouldn't do that. I am the morning star, bright morning star.
Okay, so
I'm not Lucifer.
well, you also use the term Quetzalcoatl to describe yourself, which is interesting because that's basically a shiny serpent, if you will, in Mesoamerican deities, and that to me I look at as a distraction and used as part of the whole QAnon psyop. I'm not going to go there, but the reality is Quetzalcoatl is a false entity, and I don't think we should be worshiping anything, because that sounds like right? That is what we call God, or whatever you want to call it, is something that is both internal and external, in the regard of nothing can be created by itself, and like you guys have all basically said, there's no such thing as nothing, right? There always has to be something. So
Jesus is also known as the morning
God,
sun.
God created
Or
everything
morning
with
star.
me. Okay,
Interesting.
he didn't create it by himself. He created everything with me, which is my premise is this: that I am written to the very fabric of this existence. I got all the proof to show you guys, but I don't know if this is the time because I want to let everybody talk.
Sure. Well, I'll just keep going just a little bit longer, but I don't want to take up too much of people's time because I want to give everyone a chance here. But the letter J in and of itself has a really obscure origin where it was only, I think, around the, if I had to guess, the mid 1500s when the J actually got the J sound and was typically, used as an H sound just like Spanish speaking countries, right? So, I just think it's interesting because the way I kind of look at the Bible and the New Age, if you will, is they're kind of like opposites of each other, like left and right politics, if you will, although they kind of go together in the regard of, how do I put it? Basically, the idea of a savior figure or messiah is more or less externalized within that of religion, and the etymology of religion basically means to seize or bind, right? And then the origin in regards of the New Age and things like which are popularized by famous UN affiliate Alice Ann Bailey of the Lucius Trust, and as well Helena Blavatsky, a theosophical person that predated Alice Bailey. What happens is they talked about things like ascended masters and stuff like this. They used terms like Dawal Kul, DK, and they borrowed a lot from the Eastern religions, and they borrowed a lot from the practice of Gnosticism, which is also kind of a divided category in and of itself. And so the New Age is sort of like, just like Christianity, how there are various different forms of it. The New Age in and of itself is also very divided in the regard of you have people subscribing to this Palladian or intergalactic federation kind of idea, more the eternal savior aspect, or people are talking about Christ consciousness, Krishna consciousness, which is something internal. So I guess it depends there. And then when it comes down to Christianity, like I said, it's very divided in terms of its sects, if you will, and or uses of the Bible and that kind of a thing. So and just the last thing I'll say in this little ramble here as well, just how I had mentioned that, how I had described the Bible as kind of like a veil of truth and lies, if you will, because the greatest truths are always told in the form of a lie, is that you have stories that parallel each other, such as the Tower of Babel, I think it is, that distorted language, if you will. And then you have, for instance, the story of Odin, where he's pierced to Yggdrasil, which is the tree with 9 branches that leads to the 9 realms. And he was gazing at the water, which is, I guess, what we'll call scrying. And this is supposedly how the runes were formed. That's the story they're told in Scandinavian mythology, I guess. So basically what I'm saying is you have all these stories, if you will, that sort of mirror one another. And like I said, stories were always told in the form of allegory and a little bit more poetically. So I don't think it's actually possible to captivate the exact truth. And I think that even if you were to go back in time as a concept and you were to see these things, all of us would have different descriptions of what happened. All of us, no matter what.
The thing is that Satan only can mimic what God does. He never comes up with anything himself. So, I mean, that would be natural then, if you understand that things would be a reflection of things from the Bible.
None of us come up with anything original. The greatest artists, they're just copycatting something they see.
I only do what my father shows me, so I only know what my father shows me. Yeah.
No artist makes a marble statue of something nobody ever thought of existed, and people go, "Wow, that's fucking amazing! You're a creator." We're all copycatters. We're not creators, man.
This all comes to the idea of
and create dust at the end of it. That's what we create.
This all comes down to the idea, though, of how everybody said that there's no such thing as nothing, and that everything is created from something, right? So,
well, it's created out of iotas, which are jots, which are tittles, which are the smallest part of anything in existence. You know, And then you got meat bags running around made out of leather filled with water saying that they are God or that you are God or that we're all one, and they can't describe to you basic terms that they use.
Yeah.
Like where the mind is. Like
Okay, I
everybody.
want to hear from I want to hear from Rick. So Rick has come here. He's from Germany. It's late for him. I think it's probably like 11 p.m. or midnight or something where he's at. Rick, can you hear us? And maybe you could maybe tell us who you are and share with us, you know, what your knowledge is on the Bible and, you know, some of the stuff that we're discussing here. He's frozen, I think.
Rick.
Oh no! Come on, Rick.
You're on. You're on.
Okay, his connection is
Let me try. And anything else? That's for all.
Hopefully, it comes back.
Watching
Hey,
Hogan's Heroes, watching TV and stuff like that. Who's had more influence on us, Francis Bacon or television? Who that never saw TV is
That's an easy one.
Martians and aliens, or the Pleiadians. And God talks about the Pleiades. It says the Pleiades have a sweet influence on Earth. You know. Now
You know, if wise men wrote the Bible, why is it so confusing?
Pardon me?
Why did
I
they
can
write it in
explain
such a
that.
confusing way?
Well, one of the things
Please
is,
Well,
do.
man wrote it in a confusing way.
I wanted to ask you questions before because it seemed you
Yes,
were.
but God didn't. God doesn't write. Sorry.
God does.
If there was a God.
He's God.
Yeah,
God
exactly.
wants the
Well,
way.
he doesn't exist, but you know, people think that he exists, and that's fair enough. Whatever people want to think, that's fine.
But is that?
May
But
I
really, what
may
I
I
think the
explain?
Bible is a book by Satanists.
Hold on. Did everybody come on
Please
today
do.
to what you think or what I think or what God thinks?
May I explain?
Sure.
The Bible is written in English, and it says that Jesus and God says it's all in the Word, and so it is in the Word, and we're just reading the wrong meaning of the word. And I found in the 1828 dictionary and others, and many others, Bible dictionaries and whatnot, and it explains exactly what the Bible means, and we're missing it all. Even the churches, synagogues, and mosques have no clue. They're all secular. You have to be a
Well, if they were
monastic
so
religion.
wise, wouldn't they know that they'd have to say it in the proper way, in a certain way? If they were so wise, do you think it was written to
deliberately
actually
hiding it
confuse
on
you?
purpose. They're doing it to confuse you because
You know,
the
thing
people
is,
who wrote the Bible are using words to confuse you, to keep you secular and milk you of the money that you are entitled to from your titles that God gave you from his promise, right? Yeah. In order to have God's promise, which is a right, your charter right, you have to have titles, and your given name and your last name are your titles to your birthrights that God gave you when you were born. That's why when you were born, you were ordained. Your mother's water breaks, then you come out, and then you are ordained. You're named. That's what ordaining means. So once you're ordained and named, that's a proclamation. So now you get baptized and confirmed, which is attestation and ratification of your preordination when you were born. And that's to the office as executor and trustee and beneficiary of the trust estate that was created by God's promise to you, to the land of all the earth and its products that come from it. And your registration of a live birth is your evidence of that in the province that you or state that you come from. That's the jurisdiction that you have a right to God's promise. And your names are your titles. When you get the birth certificate, those rights are all forfeited. They seize them when you become a citizen of Canada or United States or pretty much every country on earth.
Right.
Well, that's just what everybody thinks, though. The book was,
no,
the
that's
book
exactly what's happening, and I can prove it. Jesse has the books that I've produced to show the evidence of this fact.
I want to
No,
get those books.
it was written by somebody, and
I'll
that was
email him. I'll give Jesse
far,
my email,
I'll
and
send you
then
some
you
money.
email me,
everyone
and
in
I'll send
here
them to you.
has a
I'll send you
different
some money.
view.
No, but we need to address Denise's issue with what she said early on when she said she thinks that the Bible's a big problem and that it's too mono. What did you call it? Mono something.
Mono thinking. You know, it's
Mono
just one-sided thinking.
Well, it is. It's one.
And
It should
I
be.
can see it very clearly that it comes from the side of the male, because males believe in worship, and they believe in domination, and they need something like a god to keep
But
them in line, I think, or something.
Women are the heart of man, and without women, God and the whole thing wouldn't exist. Women are precious. And throughout the Bible, they are revered. You can't have civilization without you girls.
Well, why didn't they
You're
ask
wonderful.
women to write? Why didn't they ask women to write some of it? Why are women are very mentioned very rarely, and we are half the population and half the intelligence is completely missing. From
There's
the
a
whole
book of
thing.
Ruth. There's a book of Esther.
No, that's not the same. Making one or two instances is not the same. We've got to look at ratios. No, really, it's just a different degree. Come on. There wasn't, okay, so you mentioned the book of Ruth. One thing, that is not a proper comparison. There's no
That's like one of the best books in the Bible.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not saying, of course
It's
it would
the
be.
only one that doesn't mention God, but
It probably is the best book. I just am impartial to another book.
Okay,
no, but what Denise is
You
representing
have to.
population here, right? And we're all white and we're all men, so we're all part of the toxic white patriarchy.
White man
Ruin
bad.
the entire world.
Toxic male over here.
Because we believe
I don't want to say.
it.
I just want to say that toxicity comes when you've got too much of something, with an imbalance, and there is an imbalance of the masculine and the feminine, a huge one, and that's what's sick about all our society. That's why our society is sick, because men don't look to women to ask them, what do you think? Because coming from a woman's perspective is completely different, I'm telling you, from a man's perspective. But these days,
I agree.
women's perspectives are like men's, because we were trained in the male way. Pardon?
And let me tell you something. She's really cool because the thing is this. She reminds me of my auntie, and my auntie's the only one who ever really loved me, besides Jesse and sometimes Jack.
How could you?
Yeah, I know. Jesus is waiting for you to serve him and do something good, so he won't love you until you do.
Hey, I think Rick is back.
Okay, yes. Let's hear from Rick. We can see Rick. Let's hear from Rick. Tell us about you, Rick. You're on mute right now, so just unmute yourself. Tell us who you are. Tell us what you're about. Tell us what your thoughts are on the Bible and Jesus. Michelangelo here, he believes he's the reincarnation of Jesus. I remember you were on The Missing Link saying that you believe that you were Jesus in the flesh back 2,000 years ago. So I'd just like you to maybe tell us a little bit about yourself.
Yeah. Quickly, I'll describe myself as an ascended master. To clarify one thing, that Jesus is an aspect of I. That's the way I'm going to present it. What I wish to say is, with the Bible and all of the teachings, all of the Gnostic teachings, all of the scripture, if you will, it's all layered depending upon one's consciousness. And there is clues in everything. Everything has value. And, what I say, don't throw things away. What I fully agree with is the Bible has been manipulated. However, there still are truths in there that are pertinent right until this day. And what I suggest for everyone, don't throw anything away. Remain neutral and evaluate, and know as you go higher that truths continue to change. One great example of that is this great awakening. Before you all awakened, you thought you were in the truth. When you awakened, you discovered that truth was a lie. Now you're in another truth. This is a prime example that truth is under constant change. And this is why it's so important to remain neutral at this time. And we are
Truth
ascending,
doesn't
and
change.
Denise,
It's
the divine
everybody's
feminine
personal
is
truth will
Mike,
change.
Mike, this doesn't work well when people like let one person talk until they're finished, because when people
Sorry.
start talking over other people, then people don't get anything what either of you are saying except for the one
I'm
that's
sorry.
screaming.
I just
So
love the
I
truth
know,
so much.
I know you like to just interject, but this panels don't work when people interrupt each other. So let's just wait till the person is finished, and then the next person, if nobody says anything, I'll direct for the next one to talk or whatever. But when a person is finished, sure, jump in when there's a time. But when a person is speaking and someone interrupts, it disrupts everything what they just said.
My apologies.
Okay, go ahead, Rick. Sorry about that.
Oh, thank you. You know what I wish to say, that Prime Creator is very real. I telepathically most of the time communicate with the father aspect of Prime Creator. Occasionally, he has spoken, if you will, with his voice from the sky in the forest to I. And let me say, I'm completely sane, and that this is how it is. However, each one's perception and beliefs are so important. They're unique and designed for you. And as we say, just as you keep advancing forward, and you learn more of the truth. And with that, it's been great watching here all of the different beliefs and perspectives on it. But we are, in the great time, everything that every one of you has said here, it all converges to the one point, and this is where we're going. And let me also say that not only is there a father aspect of Prime Creator, equally the mother aspect is so important. And we are amidst a planetary ascension. This great awakening is not happening by chance.
Right.
It's been divinely orchestrated by our own souls, in conjunction with, let's say, the Creator and everything that was designed for this very time. We are in the most glorious, auspicious time, having a human experience here upon the planet. However, let me also say that the fourth dimensional evil is very real as well. So I just like to use the analogy, we're taking the human souls forward into a fifth dimensional reality where evil cannot exist. We're actually all at the top level of hell right here. And you can call it what you wish, a rescue mission or the rapture, what have you. Rapture very real. Rapture is just an upliftment, if you will, in consciousness, and it's all happening. So it's all great. So
I don't feel
but
that it's
one
like
thing,
that.
it's
Go
so unity is so important, and that's why it's important for all to get together, to converge with the one common goal. The truth is bits and pieces there, but as every one of you come together, you all have the pieces of the puzzle that advances everyone forward. And this is where your full truth is in the future. You have all the pieces here, but you cannot construct them the way that you are. It is designed to take the unity worldwide to do this. So it's
Rick, I don't
we
think
know that
it works like
Prime
that.
Creator force.
I see it differently.
That's great.
I think
That's your
that
opinion, and
each
that's
of
your
us is well, everybody speaks their opinion. Okay, everybody speaks their opinion. Now, I just want to point something out. I always look at the ratios, and what I want to say though, before I say that, is that men and women, and all of us, are missing out on everything because we only hear from the men. I'm not trying to be offensive. What
We're
I
listening
said,
to you
okay?
right now.
Yeah, but you've got to look at ratios. I'm trying to explain something to you. It's not enough to have an instance that's not the same. Whenever I look on YouTube, have a look, you'll see. And I'm not saying don't speak. I'm saying we need to hear from women, and men need to be interested, because you're not going to get it, guys. You've
Who is
had
taking the
it for a
computers from the
long
women? Can anybody get on YouTube? Does YouTube say that that women can't get on YouTube? I don't think I've never.
Okay, so I just muted him for a second again. Denise just, she cut out or whatever, but
Do you mind if I speak after Denise, because I think she's back? Do you mind if I just spot? Right. Go ahead.
Yeah, so maybe just go ahead right now because her thought cut out. So just maybe you share your view right now, Matt.
Okay. Yeah. I would like to hear what she has to say at some point, but basically what I'm getting at here is I'm not intimately knowledgeable about, say, the natives of North or South America and some of the nomadic tribes within Europe. I'm not, I see you there, Quetzalcoatl. But I'm not too intimately familiar with the nomadic tribes of Europe, but it's my understanding that they are more patriarchal, and the natives of North and South America, at least North America I should speak about, were traditionally more of a matriarchal group, but things like the Indian Act and stuff like that had that changed. So when it comes down to the current form of the Bible, that I understand it to be more of a patriarchal related book in terms of how it is described to us. But when it comes down to it, like, I am just sort of, the thing is, like, traditionally speaking in North America, I understand in terms of the natives, the women were thought of as more like the medicine people.
I'm not talking about that, though. So I'm talking about something completely different and much more advanced than that. But I don't want to cut you off if you want to just to finish that thought.
Do you mind if I just finish saying what I'm going to say?
Not at all. Please do. I just wanted to say that there while I finish.
Basically, what I'm getting at here is that it sounds like there was a sort of distortion within the matriarchy type of a thing, and some of the even perhaps hidden books, if you will, might be more into a category of matriarch than patriarch. But more or less, a couple of things I want to point out here is I want to read something. For one thing, I want to read Alice Ann Bailey's 10-point plan in particular, because it has Alice Bailey as someone who popularized the term ascended masters, as I heard Rick in Germany just use that term. And the thing is religion in and of itself, in terms of its etymology, like I said, it means to tie or bind. So what I'm getting at here is that if somebody is bound to something, whether that thing be false or truth, it doesn't matter. The thing is you're tied to something. It's very easy to say, piss somebody off, or it's hard to take something that somebody is so attached to and to break it down and explain it to them is basically what I'm getting at. So I'm going to read Alice Bailey's 10-point plan here. She apparently wrote a 10-point plan to destroy Christianity, and Alice Bailey was part of what they call the Lucis Trust, which is a part of the United Nations. So here's her 10-point plan. It says, step 1, take God and prayer out of the education system. 2, reduce parental authority over the children. 3, destroy the Judeo-Christian family structure or the traditional Christian family structure. 4, if sex is free, then make abortion legal and make it easy. 5, make divorce easy and legal. Free people from the concept of marriage for life. 6, make homosexuality an alternative lifestyle. 7, debase art, make it run mad. 8, use media to promote and change mindsets. 9, create an interfaith movement. 10, get governments to make all these law and get the church to endorse these changes. So I just think that that's sort of a distortion of a sort of unified consciousness, if you will, and that a lot of these things in particular, like if you go to the 1600s when the Bible was translated, if you will, King James, Sir Francis Bacon, all those people, what happens is about 5 years or so, roughly after 1611, what happened was the term alchemy became popular, but in the regard that it was used by the Orsini family, and as well the Rosenberg family, which is a Germanic family that was largely popular in the Kingdom of Bohemia, which we would probably know as like a Czech place today. So what happens is the term alchemy can be defined in various ways, where sometimes people relate it more or less to chemistry, and then sometimes people relate it to something more allegorical, like salt being the body, mercury meaning the mind or soul, and then spirit being represented by the sulfur in particular. So there's just a lot of sometimes things can mean something different. And then my final question, I just really want to ask people here, what the hell's a planet? What the hell's a planet? What do people define as a planet here? Because I'm just curious, because I'm really on the fence about that whole moon landing thing. So what do people define as a planet is my question. And then also, by all means, everybody speak and go ahead. I think I've said my piece here.
Thanks a lot, Matt.
I think a planet is a hole in the membrane. It's a perforation in the membrane, or it's a GIF. The sky could be a GIF, a GIF. You know, that a screen. We have not even explored anything. There's so much to be explored, and I'm going to be straight, guys. It's because the women's side is not even looked at or thought of. Women think completely different. If you want to get the key to everything, you're going to have to look through a woman. Men have got one less chromosome than women. That matters. And I'm not trying to put anybody down. Please understand that. But I can see men are so confused when really it's very simple. It's so simple. Everything you said about that woman, the 10 commandments that she had or whatever, that shows you it's patriarchal, because she's assuming, she's believing that we have to do this so that everybody does it. When as really you're on your own, baby. Every one of us is on our own. Rick, when you said earlier that we have to be together, no, there's going to be people who are not going to choose. You call it ascend, I call it expand, because men think in hierarchical terms, women think in ripple terms, in sort of like women think in terms of like, you know, you transmit and you get the ripples, or you throw a pebble in a pond and you get the ripples. That's how we have to, I believe. And I'm happy to have the challenge.
That sounds like manipulation. Like
witchcraft.
Are you kidding? What about, you know, what about what you sound like? How about we talk about what you sound like, if you're going to say that? Because you know that.
How do you think or feel I sound like? Because that's how you interpret.
Confused. I think you sound confused. I think you all sound confused.
Confused about what specifically?
Well, you talk about history. It's all been written by people who look. Even today, one person believes this, another person believes that. We're all separate. We're all unique.
Okay, let's say women are
separate.
going to write history.
I don't believe I know.
Write about the inventions that we use about women every day.
So you miss you. Just let me try and try and get this straight. You're asking through the eyes of a man, which is it's like asking where does a circle begin? It's like asking where does a circle begin? That's what it sounds like. I can't answer what you're saying because it's not complete. You just want a snapshot.
A circle begins with a point. So in order for us not to be circular but linear,
you don't want to learn. You don't want to learn. You just want to dominate.
Be nice
want
to
to win an argument.
How do I want? No, the truth dominates because
that's what I see.
It does.
And then if you don't align with the truth, you don't feel good.
What truth? Everybody's got a different truth. Haven't you noticed?
Actively,
right? Not really.
Comparative difference.
Everybody has.
Women. No, hold on a second.
There can only be one truth.
Jesse's adjusted
that's not true.
For you. You're 1 out of 10. You're interrupting whenever you want, and Jesse shuts down everyone else, as he should as the host, because we can't.
What? Jesse needs to talk more.
What's that?
Okay, I don't want to get into he said, she said, personal attacks. This is that still gets us nowhere.
We're not going to kill all the women.
that
The
that gets us
men-
nowhere. So why don't we
I
just?
just
I
want-
want to go.
you-
I
you
want to.
missed-
I just want to stop this. I just want to stop both of you right now, and I just want to go with Matt's question. I just want to know personally what people think the shape of the Earth is. Do you think it's a flying spinning ball? Do you think it's flat? Do you think it's a pear? I just want to go around the panel and just so everybody has a chance to quickly
My
just say.
My specific question, Jesse, is what a planet is. I didn't ask about any shape dimension. I just want to be clear.
Perfect.
That's all.
Okay, so let's start off with Nicole. We haven't heard from you for a while, so Nicole, tell us what your thoughts are, what your thought of planet is, and what do you think we are?
Yes, I believe that the planet is more toroidal shaped because it also has an inner sun, and the holes that come out through, like the entrances to inner Earth, one is through North Pole and the South Pole. You can get to see the Schumann resonance set light that's coming in through the I can't think of the term, but it's more toroidal shape. That's the long and short answer of it.
Interesting.
Okay, Aaron, how about you?
Okay, so I checked the etymology, and a planet is a star other than a fixed star. And I would resonate with that because when you look in a telescope and we see planets, they look like stars that are not fixed stars.
Okay, how about you, Grant?
Well, as far as the flat Earth, or it's that one professor, I can't remember his name, but he said it's pear-shaped. But honestly, I've researched the flat Earth, and I've got a telescope, and I was going to go across a lake, but I couldn't find a lake big enough, and I had to have a bunch of people to see if there was a curve on the lake, because there's supposed to be a drop every 8 inches. The curve of the Earth, so then the lake should have a curve naturally. There's not enough evidence that whole Antarctica thing. I got to get down there. Got to go out in space to see. I can't get there, so there's just not enough evidence for me to logically and reasonably make a judgment of anything about the planet. Really, honestly, I've had a telescope, a real good one, and I looked at Saturn. And I saw the rings and the other little moons around it, but there is speck in the telescope. I mean, they're just finite little dots. You can't make anything out. Like, who knows?
Okay, and I just wanted to be clear. Let's think. What do you think a planet is? Not what it's not. Like, not these things. Like, just if everybody says, well, what do you think a planet is?
It's I don't know.
Not sure. That's fair enough. How about you, Jack?
I think our opinions are irrelevant. It's just a space of experience.
Okay, and Yamiqua?
Real quick, I just wanted to say thank you, everybody, for being so respectful with me. If anybody's been disrespectful, it probably was me. So I just want to appreciate everybody and thank everybody for this time and sharing this time with me.
I love you, man. You make me laugh. You just
You're
need to
so- you're
talk, and I just like you. For some reason, you tickle my funny button because I tend to.
I'm
laugh.
going to Canada. You're just not going to stop laughing. That's going to be our thing. You're just going to be laughing all the time.
Okay, did you want to answer what do you think a planet is?
Well, we're not moving thousands and 60,000 miles an hour spinning and all this stuff. What OT was saying earlier was very spot on. The thing is, the Bible says it's a circle. Doesn't say it's a sphere. The Bible says that it's stationary and movable. It talks about the firmament, which is the like if you think of like a snow globe, it's like this glass kind of ceiling, but it's like probably made out of some metaphysical ether. I don't know. It's made out of something really that you can't get through because everybody's been trying. You can't go. You need to go through me. I am your way wherever my Father wants us to be, which is going to be a lot better than the situations we're in right now. And I love everybody. You got to come to me. I live in Roseville. I would start getting ready to come as soon as you can because the Great Tribulation is about to to happen. And this earth, I guess I'm going to be a ruler for 1,000 years. I only want everybody to take a part of this whole thing, you know. But the thing
This is taking forever. I can hardly wait for 1,000 years.
I know. We got like 3.5 years. Okay, so it's gonna get really bad. And the only people who are gonna survive will go camping with me.
Todd Church way, buddy.
And we might not have anything, but we're gonna get like shit from somewhere.
Okay.
Okay,
you gotta trust it.
Rick,
You gotta have
Rick,
faith. Yeah.
Okay, how about you, Rick? What are your thoughts on what a planet is?
This is stupid.
They're spherical bodies.
Okay, and Denise?
And I'll
go
add,
ahead.
what does it matter at this point? Oh, yeah.
It doesn't. I just wanted to
what
just
does
get
it
everybody
matter
talking.
at this point? Let's say. Oh yeah,
Okay,
absolutely.
I think the
this
world
is
is
a
nothing like
generic
what we see.
reply.
I think it's nothing like what we've been told. I believe that the sky is very different to what we think it is. I know that we haven't been to the moon in my own self, but everybody's got their own truth. We're still going on that, but because everybody has, you can see that we have. Now, what I wanted to say a bit earlier was that we have to think about our own self. We are alone in this realm, and the realm, we don't even know what the realm is. I believe the realm is an imaginal realm, like Stephen Harrod Booner said in his book Plant Intelligence in the Imaginal Realm. And he says that the bacteria is conscious and the bacteria is everywhere and they're running the show, baby. I mean, we need to look at different ways of seeing this realm that we're in. Now, if it's an imaginal realm, what it means is we are manifestors. So, it's very rude to put your hand up when I'm talking. Just give me a chance to finish the thought. Come on, guys. Really.
Come on, guys.
I mean, we've heard your story for 2,000 years, and there's another story.
Excuse me, Denise. I was speaking and you interrupted. Actually, but
conversation is actually interrupting. You don't wait for
No.
the person to be.
No,
to
Denise.
speak.
No, but it is. That's dialogue.
Well, what are you
not
doing
on
now?
panels like
Aren't you
this.
interrupting? See, it's a
Don't yell
different
at
way of
Denise
looking at
because
things. I'm
everybody
telling
else
you.
yells at her. Don't yell at her.
It's a different way of looking at things, guys, and you need to be a bit more curious because you're not getting it. You've had thousands of years with only men's books written, and I've got nothing against men. Somebody said I was sexist back there. I want us to win this.
Everything you say is being sexist. What are you talking about?
Well, you know what? There's not many women that you listen
know what?
to.
That's why I'm asking you if you
Look
know.
how many men to women. So we go through this all the time. Really, if I'm telling you, you can take it whatever you want. You're not going to get it, guys. You're going to have to get it through the women because that's how nature is.
Well, that's where all
We're
the
not
problems.
equal. Okay, we're not the same.
It's not getting anything unless you do my ripple term effects and do what I say. Who women like screw the planets right now, okay? Screw the planets right now.
Yeah.
Women, that's what it comes down to. XX chromosomes, XY chromosomes. Women have more chromosomes than men. Is that what you said?
Men have one less chromosomes because they've
Which-
got the
which
X and
one
Y
less
instead of the
chromosome?
X and X.
One
And
less-
men were women once. Men were not women, but they were female.
Which
Now-
chromosome am I deficient from now?
I don't know. That's
Well, why are
besides
you
the
saying
point.
something I don't know.
You got to become a woman.
Look at
Become a woman and we'll get it.
your vibration. This is what we have to worry about.
I
This is what we have to try and keep right.
People love my vibration. The other half are going, okay, something that this guy's saying doesn't sit right with me, but I can't catch him on a lie. So now you talked about choosing before. Let's talk about choices. So before, when men controlled everything, as you say, which
Be nice. Be nice.
total BS, right? Go ahead.
Well, choice is everything because
Yeah,
we are
yeah.
the creators.
The
See,
choice.
you're missing out on being a creator. Why would you do that? Why would you say, no, I'm not the
And
creator?
bacteria
God.
runs everything, and
Why
then
would
you
you do
said
that?
we're manifestors. Well, the bacteria are manifestors. Why do we come into it if bacteria run everything?
Because they've got consciousness, and if we've got to change our relationship with bacteria. You're not even letting me speak. You're just hammering me, and this is what happens all the time.
Stop hammering her.
You know what I'm trying to say is we need to relearn our relationship with not just bacteria, but with our own bodies. And we've got to find out why our species, what's the purpose of our species before we worry about whether there's a God. What is the purpose of our species on this earth? We are biological.
What do you think it is? What do you think it is?
I think it's to take care of nature. That's what I think it is.
It's to discover God. That is our purpose. To discover God.
That's what it is for you, and that's good for you.
Well, I can explain the logic if you can allow a moment to speak, but...
Okay, Jack, let's listen.
I'd love to, I mean, if we can move past the shape of the realm we exist in, back to the discussion of nothing and the Bible. Because the simplest way to know the Bible, to know God, is to know love. Okay, look for love, and love is the answer. Love requires no words. And it's through the words in our Bible and through our governments and man's laws that we've created a world of immorality and sin, where we've been divided not just by gender and color, but by that BS fiat currency. So,
well, why is the world like this, though? What's the reason for it?
Beautiful, thank you. Because here's where I've humbled myself to the possibility, and I'm concluding that this is real. Okay, the only thing that matters is what is true and real. And the only thing that is eternally true and real is God. And so if you start there with God is the source of all that is real, and it reveals the truth to us moment by moment by moment. And so we just learn the truth with love and gratitude and trust and praise God and love one another. And there's the solution to our problem.
Well, why hasn't it happened in 2,000 years?
God's the author of the story.
Because everybody sucks.
Or participate in it.
The women, that's why. That's how it all started. You said, why does the world this way? Because the woman wouldn't listen.
Well, that's, you know, Jack has his opinion. You have your opinion. Grant has his opinion. Jesse has his. Rick has his, and I've got mine.
Denise, may I offer an opinion on that? Here's
you don't have to ask permission to speak. Okay.
Well, yes, ma'am.
Focus, Jack. Bring it back in, Jack.
I believe that God allows us to find the darkness so that we can find the value in the light. And so I agree. The women, the feminine aspect of humanity has been oppressed throughout our history. And so maybe the world has deteriorated to this point so that maybe we wake up and do what you're saying, Denise. Maybe we start collectively saying, holy shit, man, maybe we got to start taking care of each other.
All I'm saying is you have to definitely take care of each other, but you are on your own, Jack. Nobody's going to feel your pain. Nobody's going to feel your death. Nobody can live for you. You are on your own. Now, we have other people with us, and that's a beautiful thing, but you are going to experience life, this existence, only you. And so you choose how you do it. You choose to believe in an outside source, and that's your prerogative. But I choose to think that I am the source, and you are the source, and Jesse is the source, and Rick is the source, and each of us is the source. Now, how would that make us think if we were in an imaginal realm? How would that?
How do we get to unite if we're all separate all the time forever?
Because love comes into it. It's
hopefully
good to have different
we need that coming soon.
Because we are different. We are different, and that's a good thing. Nature would not succeed without diversity. We need to see things differently because we've only seen things through one
You need the
perspective.
family unit, and that requires
Yeah.
a woman and a man.
Yes.
That
Well,
would
That's
be
the
great.
bottom line.
That would be
we
very
need to
good, but you can't
become
force things on people. There's different types of people, and we must love
No,
coexist.
there's only man
That's
and
what love
woman.
is.
well.
Coexisting is love. That's what love is. Coexistence and
We need to
patience.
become balanced in ourselves, the whole and complete being with a balance of masculine and feminine aspects, regardless
Sure.
of the pieces that we have. So when we all become balanced and whole, then we are complete, and it's
Right,
easy to love when you're full of love.
It has to do
So
with appreciation. You gotta exactly what Jack's talking about, you know. And
gratitude.
you know, if you feel like women or you even you yourself have not been appreciated, I want to let you know I appreciate you.
Yeah, no, I'm not talking about that at all. I'm not even asking. I think it's good to appreciate, and I thank you, and I know I do feel
Thanks.
appreciated by you. It's very sweet.
Oh,
But that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about that we need to hear a different perspective. Like you go to another country, you hear a different perspective, and that's all I'm saying. There's
I'm the
women's
new
perspective
perspective.
is barely known. Even women don't know it. The only reason I know it is because I'm out of the money system. Now that might be hard to understand, but I'm practically out of it. You can't be completely out of it, and I'm not suggesting people go out of it, but I'm saying that the money system is the germ that stops us from thinking properly. Because what it does to us is it makes us care about, you're going to love what I think, but it makes us worry about death because it's an existential threat all the time. It's associated to our food and all that.
yes, and if I may add, I just think that she understands something that has led her to actually take some charge in her life. She's gotten out of the money system. You know how much work that takes? That's not an easy thing. You know, I give her credit for that. You know, and being free. Guess what she's decided to do? Try and save the women. Hey, we gotta give her credit for that too. I appreciate that.
No. I don't want to save just the women. I don't want to save anybody. You're going to save yourself, baby. I'm not doing it for you. I'm just giving you information.
I gotta
Now,
save
you
everybody
do
because everybody
whatever
thinks like you.
want with it.
I gotta save everybody.
Yeah, but
I'm giving you
Save
information for
guide
everybody to save themselves. You have to save yourself. And believe me, it's a serious subject because we are at the convergence, very close to the convergence. And I see that Nicole, you get it. Nicole, you get it. You've got even more of an insight than I've seen. So women have a connection to the earth. And if you want to know how we're going to get out of this, it's going to be men and women this time, not just men this time. Now, that's not to say men shouldn't speak, but they should. If they see an imbalance, it's up to you guys as well to make it balanced and say, hey, how come there's only 2 men and 10 women here? Why aren't women interested in talking about this? I want to hear about their side. And we will, that's how simple it's going to be.
I have a question though.
Lick the whole thing. Lick it all. Go
Before
on.
you ask your question there, Yamikwa, Aaron, could you please share what you're thinking right now?
Thank you, Jesse. Yeah, I just want to honor both of you women. And remember, this whole Bible's about the man and the woman coming into a sacred marriage.
Yes.
So I want to honor what you're saying because there has been a tremendous imbalance in our culture. And what's interesting is that whole Bible was written from the feminine's perspective, earth, the feminine, to the masculine perspective, the groom. You know, it's all about the bride and the groom. And so I just want to honor what you're saying. And you're right. We must come into sacred union, balance with the masculine and feminine.
Yes, so that means that when you see a lot of men, and I still see a lot of men, go on YouTube, it's men talking, and that's fine. I want to hear men talk, but I want to hear what women say.
I do
like
too.
Nicole, what she has to say, that is mind-blowing. I mean, I have not heard anything like that. There's a lot of women with information that you need to know because they've been zipped. They've been zipped. Women have the history of women is not it's not his story, it's her story, and that has been left out completely. Now, I'm not saying to exalt women. I'm not suggesting anybody get worshipped. Worship is an idea of coming from a male perspective without the balance of the female. So worship is not a good thing, because if you worship somebody,
worship
you put
God.
yourself down.
So I'll say this too, you know, this love that it says God is, what did our parents make to make us? And this is a universal principle.
Exactly.
Truly, it's the masculine and feminine coming to harmonious union.
Yes.
Look at like this masculine and feminine energy of the universe is ether and plasma. Ether is dark energy. Look, what do you see in the universal womb when you look at the night sky? You know, and light and darkness is what everything is made out of. Look at it. So it's that sacred union that comes together that is God's love.
Right.
That's
It's
what God
positive
is.
and negative. And when you get the positive and the negative, you get charge. And we haven't got the charge yet, because we're not we need, and what you're just saying, what you guys are saying today, you are part of the sort of like the forerunners, because you're listening. And a lot of the time they won't listen. People won't listen. I've tried and tried. I don't know about you, Nicole, but I know a lot of women have tried, and we get shot down. And I'm just I'm a kick-ass one that will keep on going, and I bug everybody. And I know that I do bug people, but I really need to get this across to men, because men are the builders and women are the architects. Now, this is
a deeply felt thing that she feels, and we don't want to take any. If anybody says that anybody's suffering, that is important to focus on, you know, and we may not go along with a lot of things she said, but what she's saying, it does make sense that we should have balance with women, and we should work on that. I agree.
Okay, perfect. And speaking of that, just hang on one sec. Just speaking of that, we've got Joe Coolin, we've got Michelle that's waiting in the background. So right now, if Matt and Mike Yamikwa can just go down to the bottom, you can stay, you can wait. I just want to bring them up. We'll have one more female in the mix, so we have a little bit more of a balance. And I hope you guys don't mind.
Yeah, how do I do that?
I'll do that for you guys.
Okay, thank you.
Get more balance for the women. It's still the men that are bossing things around if you do that.
Yeah, well, you know,
but for them,
somebody's got to wear the pants.
It's good to look for balance. Look, Michelle.
To allow them, right?
Hello.
Hey, Jesse, I'll drop out again, everyone. I'll drop out. Thank you. Peace, love, and gratitude. Love and light.
Peace, Rick.
Okay, awesome. Thanks a lot, Rick. I just invited a whole bunch of people. I didn't know who was going to show up, how this was going to work, and there only allows 10 people on here, so it's amazing. Each and every single person that's here that's been on the panel, except for Aaron's coming up on the missing link, and Joe Cool, maybe hopefully we can book a date in the future for you to come on the missing link, because I've heard a lot of what you've been saying on people's panels, and I think you're very, very intelligent. I'd really like to see what we can get out to the audience. So, but let's start off with Michelle. Introduce yourself. You've been listening here, waiting patiently. Tell us about yourself. Tell us your thoughts on the Bible and God, and maybe some of the stuff that's been talked about.
Okay. I feel like I'm the divine energy of the Christ consciousness, the divine feminine energy, and it's a Trinity, Father, Son, Holy Spirit. And as far as I know, everybody on this earth came through the woman's portal. We have the seeds and the men have the fertilizer. Without fertilizer, the seeds and water, they can't grow. I was brought up Catholic, and I say there's a lot of hidden history in the Vatican that they've hidden from us. I went to a college that was Baptist. And then I've been in other non-denominational churches, and there is a lot of good teachings in the Bible, but there's been so much left out. I mean, from Jesus' age to 12 to 30 is missing. That's a big chunk of life right there. I've heard that Mary took him to India. They spoke Hebrew. Miriam would have been Mary, and Yeshua would be Jesus.
Which Mary? Which Mary are you talking?
Mary of any Mary's name.
No,
but,
no. Mary took him to where you said to India. You said.
So would that be Mary Magdalene or his mother Mary?
His mother. His mother, when he was young, took him to India for teachings, and he was teaching them. And there's history.
See, the
and there are documentaries you can even find on this. But some of the people from India were speaking about this, and they have a special church for him, and so. And I have right here in the Bible, it says, "But know that the Lord hath set apart him that is godly for himself. Stand in awe and commune with your own heart upon your bed and be still." Selah, which means stop and listen.
Awesome.
So I believe in the Book of Enoch, and that there were giants on the earth, that Lucifer is a jealous creature that God created who wants to play God.
Jealous. Lucifer's not.
But that's what I was saying, because doesn't they say God is jealous? And
Yeah,
so,
is
God jealous? Is Lucifer jealous with God? Something happened there. So that's what I wanted to kind of say, because I've always heard God is a jealous God, and I've never heard of Lucifer being jealous.
Yeah,
Lucifer being jealous of his own creator, wants to play God.
Mess.
And that's what I believe is going on here. And the Nephilim are the children of the fallen angels, and their bloodlines probably are the Rockefellers, Rothschilds, and all of it.
But Jesus
and we
said,
live in the beast system.
Your father, which is the devil that blindeth the minds of men. That's a liar and a murderer from the start that blindeth the minds of men. Now, I don't think he was talking specifically to them. I think it's anyone that's not in union and alignment with God is a child of the devil. Like, he's the one that was given dominion. He was the one that was given dominion over this place to run it by God when he got kicked out of heaven, right?
Yeah, I believe that his reign is running out.
Yeah.
Getting over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yep. And I believe in dimensions. We're in the third one. Going to the fifth.
But we need a fourth one to express in a third one, though. At least a fourth one. Maybe a fifth.
Yeah. We're supposed to be going to the fifth. It kind of started in the 60s, and then something happened, and
well, we'll get to the fifth a lot sooner if all the divorced women out there work on their real man lists, find the king they're looking for to turn them into a goddess, so we can now ascend up into heaven and all be one, like that, you know. So people need to identify a proper mate not to be codependent on because they're independent, you know. I'm gonna say
so whose world is this? This is a question that I will have for each.
And look around and smell it.
Okay, so OT says the devil. Grant, you're a minister. Why don't you tell us whose world is this?
Well, God created it, and we wrecked it. And so Lucifer's there to take it back, and he's doing a fine job messing with our minds and the family unit. And right now, he seems to be ruling the roost right now. He's controlling us. He's making us do the transgender thing. He's making us do drugs and fentanyl. He's introducing all this stuff to us, and we're lapping it up for some reason. It's beyond me.
Well,
anyway,
I have a little issue with you saying he's making us, because it seems like everybody's got freedom of choice. Everybody's got freedom. They're presenting these options. They're making these options attractive, but people choose to do these things. It's all choice.
We're not
presented.
We're not presented with the other option. Okay, we're not presented with the other option to freedom and liberty through our grace and our given name and our titles, right, to God's promise to us, and it's all been hidden. So how can you make this have this choice or this option, right, when you don't even know it exists? This is the problem, and Lucifer is keeping that secret from us.
Michelle is correct. They're after the children. That's really what matters. That's really what matters. They are after the children. And using a God as an excuse for your own, I see ordinary people going into the military. I see ordinary people arresting other people. And sometimes they're Christian and sometimes they're something else. But really, I don't see God doing anything. I see people, and what isn't it funny how we don't lay the accountability? I'm not saying anybody should get hung or even penalized. I don't even believe in jails. I believe that we are such a beautiful species that we don't need jails, because very few of us are bad, really. And it's like psychopathy is about 4%. And what the psychopaths have done was write everything to infiltrate our minds, and so take our power away from us and invest it into a remote myth. And they've got us, and they do the same thing with money. They've created money, they've created politics so that they could steal from you. But really, in the end, it's what Michelle says. It's all to get the children, because we're not going to let our children go. We've had to be manipulated.
May I say something?
You don't need permission to speak.
I didn't want to interrupt you, though. This whole thing about money.
Conversation. I just want to say that.
This whole thing about money being evil and everything. Again, our title rights is to the Treasury. So every year we work, and then we're supposed to get a dividend from God's promise from the Treasury. Instead, when you become a secular member of the government of Canada, then they seize your property rights. These are your personal and real property rights that your names or your titles to. And these titles are given to you by God. And the only way that you can get them is by having a family and bonding with a woman and making babies. And this is how, so then the woman's birthrights are transferred to the man through her last name, because she gives her last name to the man. So now he has a title over the woman's rights, but yet you are meshed, you are bonded. So the woman has equal say to whatever the man does. But again, the man, someone has to wear the pants in the family and make that final decision. There'd be squabbles all the time, right? You've got to have someone that's going to be the leader in the family, right? And if there isn't a leader in the family, then there is no family. You can't have a woman that's arguing with the man constantly, right? When there's a decision to be made.
You're just going like that. Now, see,
no, you're going like that. You're not fair, ma'am.
Isn't it funny?
You're not
how
fair, ma'am. You've had way too much airtime, I feel.
No.
We all know how you feel about man.
Okay, so I don't want to get into any of this stuff. This stuff is not, something that I appreciate at all. So I want to hear from Joe Cool. Welcome to the Missing Link. This is our first Missing Link panel. I usually just do one-on-one interviews. I've interviewed basically everybody that's been on the panel here so far, besides yourself, and Aaron's coming up. I did a couple 2 people and 3 people, which was a little bit thing. So hopefully I'm trying to keep this as
really well.
as
I
possible.
know how hard it is.
Jesse, you're getting good practice today.
You're doing very well.
Okay, thanks. So I want to hear from Joe right now. I want to hear what you have to say about, just your thoughts on what you've been hearing, thoughts on your Bible, thoughts on, just basically your thoughts on this conversation here so far.
All right. If you don't know me, my name is Joe. I'm from the west side of Chicago, and I film Police. I like the Bible part, so I'll save that for last. The short thing about the planets. Obviously, the planets are spherical. You can look through your telescope and you see them spin. To think that ours is different is a height of arrogance, right? It's just like we did when we thought the universe revolved around the earth. It's arrogance. Surely ours is the same shape of those in science and gravity will tell you why that is, why everything forms circular. relatively speaking. The other thing is the men thing. The lady is saying it's our fault. Everything she's saying is men's fault. Men don't let women speak. You know what? No one lets me speak, right? I see women that have all their own channels. They're not talking no heavy stuff, world changing stuff. So I don't think that you're right, Denise. Excuse me.
Well, can I please answer
Excuse me.
that?
You can answer later.
Well, see, can I please answer that?
No. I just want him. I want to let
I
him
rest
talk.
my case. I rest my case then.
But you keep
you're not letting
interrupting,
me.
and when someone interrupts you, then it's a big problem. But when you interrupt other people, it's not a problem because it's a woman being interrupted. That's not fair. So just let him speak. Once he's spoken, then I'll let you respond to him.
Well, I'd like to. It's the way
No,
you
there is
see
no.
it.
I would like. I'll put you on
It's the
mute.
way
I'm
you
just
see it.
listening to. I'm listening
You're
to
not
Joe right
listening.
now.
Well, you know,
all of us
I wasn't going to talk for very long.
Did you not understand?
Lady, is it special
Which
rules for
words
you?
object-
You're the only one who gets to interrupt and then get to blame men about our shortcomings. I'm sorry. Thank you, bro, if you muted her.
I muted both him, her, and OT. I want to listen to you. Everybody's had a chance. You just came up on the panel. I want you to be able to say your piece, to say what you have to say, and then people can comment, and then people can start cutting each other off, trying to get their points across. But
I'll wrap it up as quick as I can.
I just want to hear you. If it takes 5 minutes for you to say what you have to say, I want to just be able to hear you because, you know, it's really important that everybody gets to be heard, not cut off.
And you said earlier, when it cuts it off, it ruins your stride, and it does that. That's why you probably shouldn't do it. At least wait till a guy takes a breath. I see women with their channels. They're not saying no heavy world changing shit. It's not really a thing. We both need each other. Now I'm going to transition to the biblical stuff. We both need each other. That's clear. It's obvious. None of us can form life apart. And I agree with the people up here who said we are all one. We must come to this together. I am my brother's keepers. We all sons and daughters of the Most High. And you know, I lost my train of thought, so that'll be the end of it. I don't mean to blame you, Denise.
Okay, now if you want to respond, Denise, to him after he's finished, it seems like you wanted to say something.
Wait a sec. Oh, sorry. I just wanted to say that this is the pattern of patriarchy. I don't want to say that word. I know it makes everybody feel bad. I'm not knocking the men. We all come from a program, and the program has to be. We have to recognize the program is extremely insidious. It stops people from seeing that they're in the program. It protects itself. It generates destruction and negativity. And notice what you say. We create what we speak. This is an occult knowledge, and we all where we put our attention, we give electricity to that which we put our attention to. These are two principles that the occult knows. Now, once you know this, you'll know when you speak. Make sure it's in positive, creative. Try to keep away from the word not. The word not, don't, and can't, and things like that. And these are I feel I'm here to give you these messages. I don't know whether you want to believe that or not, but I think at the moment I've got these messages to give, and soon somebody else is going to have other messages. It's going to be like a tag team. It's not hierarchical. There's no such thing as hierarchy. Everything is a distortion of one-sided thinking, and such the occult has this as one of the occult is here to teach us. They're here, not the occult, sorry, the Illuminati. They are here to push us to our noble standing, which we are. Humans are incredibly noble. If we knew our place in nature, the animals would not be angry with us. They would not be scared of us, and they would not attack us. They change in their way about us. We're going to a different vibration where we're going to be less dense, and we're going to have interactions more with matter. And matter will kind of yield to us. And so it will be like we are magicians, but it's not. It's because our vibration is changing. See, we're opening up from the lies. It's opening up. It's blossoming out.
Awakening.
Yeah,
awakening.
Exactly.
It is waking.
May I chime
because
in?
we're seeing the evil and the lies. And it's taken a lot of people a long time to wake up.
Denise, I believe everything you just said, and I'm a
Yeah,
man,
me
by
too.
the way.
Me
No,
too.
I
I
already
love
know
men.
that,
I
and
love
I'm a
men.
man.
That's got nothing to do with anything like that. Don't
Okay.
make it personal because that's
No,
No, no, I'm
patriarchy.
not making it personal. You said you
Okay.
came to give us that
May
message. We've
I
already
chime
come
in?
to it. We've already come to that conclusion. I'll mute.
They feed off negativity.
Yes, that's right.
I would
That's
like to
toxic. That's the
respond to what Denise said, and she was saying that we are all noble, and through my studies about these birthrights and your heraldry, if you look in heraldry, your heraldry is your evidence of your title rights to your nobility, and we were all born with nobility. Nobility, another word for nobility, is a free man, and this is in Barron's Law Dictionary. And
Well, with
so
freedom
we were all
comes
born with this. Let me finish. We were all born with these title rights. But then again, when you became a Canadian through the birth certificate, they took your nobility away and you became in a commoner class, or it's also called the yeoman class. So now we're the lower class instead of up in the upper class of nobility that we were all born with. And that's all I wanted to say. You're right, Denise.
Okay,
Everything
Aaron,
you said is very right there.
Aaron, you wanted to chime in? Oh, you're muted. Hang on. I unmuted you. Oh, you muted yourself probably at the
being
same
on.
time. Okay.
Hey, Grant, thank you so much. I really appreciate what you're sharing. What we have to remember is that any of these documents that claim they're taking from us, they're fraudulent fiction when you know the law of God supersedes all of this legalese. It's fraud and fiction, and we are noble. We are sons and daughters of God. And when you know this, I went into the courtroom recently, and I felt like I was the parent coming home to the naughty kids that were throwing a party while I was gone.
I'm going on this Friday. I'm going to court to try to get back all my nobility so I don't have to pay utility bills and pay taxes, because a nobility doesn't pay tax. Only commoners pay tax, or the people that were secularized. It's either you're monastic or you're secular. If you're secular, you get fines, fees, and tax, and war, and jail.
So I would love to give to you all the key to owning the courtroom and your true supreme sovereignty. Really, when you
I need that.
Okay, so check this out. They won't let me in a courtroom. I was in Santa Monica, California. They literally shut down the courtroom. They hit the breakers because they saw me ditch my lawyer and I was going to represent myself. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not going with a lawyer. Court of equity.
When you know that the universe is made out of ether, which is dark energy, and plasma, and both are unconditionally loving, therefore love is the only real law there is, you can own the show, because every word must be life-giving and loving. And if it's not, it's fraud and fiction, period.
Well, in a courtroom, you are king. You are noble.
Right.
So you are actually, when you go into the court, it's your court. My last name is Burrell, so it'd be the Burrell's court in a court of equity. And the judge is your executor. He's acting as your second party executor, and the Crown prosecutor is acting as your trustee. But we don't know this, so they just steal all this wealth from us, from the treasury.
And what's great is
your utility bills and all government contracts or service contracts.
That is totally all constructed. That's not real. Okay, that's all
exactly. It's a fiction,
not life-giving and loving.
All of it. Going to court.
It's artificial.
If you're sovereign, you don't go to court. You don't go to anybody. You're sovereign.
That's right.
You're the creator.
That's right.
You're created.
Here's
I
the
should say
thing.
created. There's no creator.
You got to get your rights back. You got to get your rights back. So where do you go to redeem all these birthrights that we have? You see, the DOJ, the justice system, the Bar Association, and the benchers, which also called masters, are the ones that just let me finish. No, just let me finish. They're the ones that control your treasury. They're the ones that control your birthrights that you have a title to, which is on the registry of the live birth and your birth certificate. So they hold those documents, and that you forfeited all your rights. And so then they have the control of your trust estate, and it's those lawyers and the judges that are all in control of your property, your real and personal property rights.
And how do you
get
your
if you have
trust
something
back?
to do with it, then you are buying into it. then you're buying it. You're saying that somebody has control over my life. Okay, you're going to lose money, but that's the reality.
It's the crown. The
They
crown
get
has
you in
control.
that way.
Well, no,
The crown has control.
Check this out, though. They only have. She's making a very good point. They only have control if you consent to that Babylonian Babel,
right?
Because it's
well, using is consent. So I'm getting rid of my utility bills. The power is going to probably go off unless I can head it off in court, right? So that's why I'm going on the 5th. Utility bills, water bill. I haven't paid my taxes because I said, well, this is fraud. I looked in all the contracts. You can see it. They're transferring money in my name from the treasury. I can explain it and show you the contracts, right? It's such fraud.
So
the only place I can go is to the registry and the government to like the court of equity, because a court of equity is between peers. So it's the lieutenant governor of Alberta versus me in court. It's my court, and it's a court of equity because we're equal. So hopefully there isn't a judge sitting up on a stand, because that's common law, and they're talking down to me, and then I'm subject to them. But in a court of equity, I'm equal to the judge, because I'm the chief, I'm the prince, and I'm the ruler of my estate, my personal and property rights, and I should be able to redeem them.
So back to the Bible, because this is all about the Bible. There is no higher law than the law of God. And you can trump all of this state national talk. People think they have to jump through all these hoops.
Well, the Bible is your charter rights.
Let me just finish.
Let him speak.
Let me finish. When you know the Bible, you can literally tell the bailiff in the corner, the sheriff, who is to protect the king, which you know you are, the king and the queen. When you know the Bible, and you can actually trump the Bible. Like, that's what's so important about this original law of the Bible, is to only know goodness. Because guess what? Someone asked a question about chemistry. And when you actually know that which is not good, you produce chemical toxins in your neurons that are trees of knowledge, that are the only thing that age and kill us. So this is imperative for us. This is the cellular biology of eternal life I was talking about. And this is what the 1%ers know gives you all supreme sovereignty. They told me I earn supreme sovereignty by figuring this out that fulfills the Bible. And I just want to give it to you all, because literally the only reason why this world's so in a mess right now is because the people aren't standing in your authority and owning your roles as the kings and queens that you are. And when you go into the courtroom and you claim this, there's scriptures in the Bible where you can claim your divine inheritance. It's all ready for us. There's massive nest eggs of gold waiting for us to claim it. We, the people, just need to know our power and claim it.
Would I be able to, Jesse, I'd like to speak with you just for a sec.
Sure.
I forgot the guy that just talked. Your name?
Aaron.
I don't see it here. Aaron. Oh, thank you, Aaron. I would like to get your email and interact with all of you, and we could. I'd like to put together like think tank, right? And I think that if we banged our heads, we could come up with some. I have a lot of information that I haven't even shared with you about my Israelite temple site, my ancient Israelite temple site that I found here in Alberta, and it's 12,000 years old, and I got all the proof. And the lady, her name was Nicole. She was talking about the obelisks and Hindus over here in North America. Well, at this temple site, there's obelisks, which are also called the lingam, and they're from the Abrahamic religion, which I have recently found come from India. The Abrahamic religion actually stemmed from India, and I got some evidence of that, and I'd like to share that stuff with you. I have 3 books, so if I gave Jesse my email, and then you guys all emailed me, I would send my books to you.
Grant, there is a private chat. You can click on the right-hand side. You can put your email address in there, and if anybody is interested in
how do I get in there? Do I write? Do I click comments?
Click more.
Click more.
More comments, chat.
So if I may
Jesus
finish,
was a young man, when he was a kid, his mother took him to India to teach. And they have a special church there that honors that.
Who's speaking?
Michelle.
Oh, Michelle.
Yes, Michelle, you're right. Jesus went to the East to learn what they call midbrain mind magic, which is his miraculous powers. Right, and see, all that is faith in action. Like the only thing that's moving my body right now is literally faith. And that's why the Bible says faith. Yeah, think about it. Everything we do is a thought projection of knowing it's going to happen, and it happens, right?
Right on, right
So
on.
check this out. This is why the word knowing biblically means intercourse, because everything is built off of the love that was made to make us, right? This seed and the mother that was fertilized by the Father that light created. And that's a knowing. That's a thought projection that was received and then reflected in birth. And see, look at our conversation. It means intercourse. Intercourse means conversation to and fro.
Yeah.
Because when we project, we're in the masculine. When we listen, we're in the feminine. And when we echo, we're in the birthing. And that's how all things are created. So check this out. Our world leaders were led into dimensional ascension in 2015, literally, because I obeyed the original law of God and I knew the greatest good and the most evil people on earth. And I just want to share this before this is over, because we can all do this and turn this whole world around. We, the people, have all the power, but we need to come together and stop knowing evil and know the greatest good in everyone, because we're all the body of God. Isaiah 45:7 says, God is the good and the evil. And right before that, it says he's the Son. And it's because Christ and the Antichrist, same thing. That's why Jesus and Lucifer mean morning star. They're both the sun and its energy. And you can use love for life-giving actions or the opposite.
It's logical. God would have created that.
I've been manifesting. I asked for some advice for my family. My mom won a car and my son got a new job.
Yes.
Well, and feel, you know, all it takes is a projection of intention. And as long as that's received by the collective and agreed upon, that's why law simply is an agreement, right? So when we agree with that which is good and godly, then we co-create the godly world that heaven on earth.
I would agree with that. So we create the bad world as well, too, right?
For doing it. We need to have a system for learning how to manifest. We could do this all the time, not just, you know, like the haphazard like that.
Well, we are doing it with our words. Words create worlds, right? When you project a word, that's a knowing. That's why, again.
Yes, but we haven't got anywhere near where we could be manifesting pretty quickly. You know, it just happens like haphazardly because we're not good at it yet, you know?
Yeah.
You're right.
Let's hear from OT. OTA wants to chime in, I think.
Yeah, no, I just want to say thanks for having me on again, Jesse. You do a great job. I you know, when I think about you, whether I'm about to go on a show or whether we chat in private or anything like that, I go, man, I can never do what Jesse does, right? But all of us do actually do this in some capacity, whether on our own social media sites or in person, because of the extensive knowledge that everyone has laid down tonight in bits and pieces. You know, you had Nicole before saying stuff, Michelle now, and, you know, other people that came in and out. I noticed that Jesus left because he had to go deal with, you know, at least a dozen people last week that told me that they're God. So now he's got to straighten some stuff out. So he couldn't stay till the end of the show. But it's all by words. What Aaron just said now about the word is so key, right? Because in the beginning was the word, and the word was with God, and the word was God. The same was in the beginning with God, and not anything was made that wasn't made by him. He was in the world. He was the light of the world, and the world was made by him, but the world comprehended him not, right?
Sounds like now.
Right. Yeah.
Like now.
So all of you guys are beautiful inside and out.
You as well. Great look too, bro. Right? You got a good look, man. I'm checking you out. I'm zoomed in on you. You got a good look, bro.
Thanks. And yeah, I know Jesse likes it type thing. I got some clothes I need to send him that are late coming over from overseas, but I want to kind of coagulate all of this to shift the energy to get it and have it stay more positive, because it seems like contention when we interject, but we're not. We're having intercourse. That is dialogue. That's speech.
That's right. That's exactly right.
And nothing changes if it stay, you know, like the reason we have senses, that we see things, feel things, taste things, you know, all of this stuff they're like our intuition, our feelings, our gut. That's not right. Something doesn't sit well. These are long range detectors.
Right on.
These are all interconnected with our bodies. I know, was it Rick from Germany before when he said luminous bodies, the planets are luminous bodies, but so are we. If we're made in God's image and God is light, then we're light too.
Of course.
So we're a luminous body. If God is love, then we're love too. If God is good, then we're good too. And if God is truth, then we're true too. However, we have free will, right?
Yeah.
Taste of the tree of knowledge of good and evil that was set in the midst of the garden, right? And when you think of God, the creator, the source, divine entity, energy, being, all capacity, the limitless of everything, and how we as limited put limited limits on the limitless, and how magnificent and amazing and mind-blowing he is. When you think of his first prototypes of us as Adam and Eve, you'll weep if you think of how perfect these beings were. Like they weren't just some sickly, impoverished things. Like they were mind-blowingly complex and beautiful and healthy and intelligent and capable and accomplished. Gymnastics, forget watching reels in the middle of the night on Facebook of dudes doing backflips and muscle bound things and girls doing gymnastics and all kinds of contortions. These people were capable of it. They could do anything. And they had one thing to do: to not eat of the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Why? Because it erodes you, like Aaron just said. It takes you down. Because now it's producing chemicals that are toxic to you. They were in a pure, perfect place. Well, when you're in a pure, perfect place, water, sunlight, oxygen, contaminants, chemtrails, all of the bullshit, pharmacists, doctors, they can't kill you. If you love somebody, you can't look at them in the eye and lie to them. You can't point a gun at them and pull the trigger. You can't charge them money for shit. You can't heal them and say, okay, this much for leprosy, this much you couldn't talk, this much your kid was dead, this much whatever, right? When you're the truth, you can't be suppressed. You ascend even when they kill you.
Hey, can others participate today?
You better let Jack get in there.
Well, when they have something more important to say, yes, they can.
Well, I'm seeing you
Until that
talk, and
time,
I'm not
you
understanding
just-
the point.
Uh-oh.
I'm
Until
sorry if I missed
dude,
something.
this is the greatest thing you're hearing in your life, and you want to.
Well, it's actually not. It's
Dude,
stuff
you're
that I'm
I'm
already
with you,
aware
ladies.
of.
Men suck. I'm with you,
You have-
ladies. Men
dude.
suck. Yeah.
Quiet.
Well, hey, the thought I'm thinking,
Got a lot
Quiet.
to learn. Got a lot
may,
to learn.
may I share just one brief? I've been sitting
They're
here
so
pretty
mean.
patient for a long time.
Men have got a lot to learn. That's all I think.
Oh, I know, Denise. No man can ever stand up to the qualities of
you
any
know, but
woman.
anyway,
I know that. As long as we
Well,
stay
that sounds like putting
divided.
your head in the oven.
I'll change
Oh,
the
I'm going to put
energy,
my head
guys.
in the
Change
oven.
the
No
energy
man can
back down.
stand to any qualities that a woman. You're completely misdirecting what I'm trying
Oh,
to
of
say.
course,
And-
of course. The man is always wrong.
Attributing a very bad intention to it, by the way. Okay, I just want to make that.
All right.
I
May I-
endured my censorship and didn't say a thing. I'm back from being censored. What was the purpose of you two malcreants now interrupting me?
May
when
I
I'm saying
may I
these great
please
things?
bring a point
Conversation
forward?
consists of interruption.
Well,
You have to learn how to
That's a
you have to learn
horrible
how to
habit,
interact.
Denise. That's
with
why I
women,
don't have
because you're not used to it.
conversations with you anymore, because of this habit of yours. I don't enjoy them.
Well, I don't enjoy them either. Do you think I'm enjoying this?
Well,
I'm
you
enjoying
do
this one thing.
enjoy.
I would
You keep
rather
making
talk to women.
excuses for your
To be
pattern.
quite
Can we
honest.
please talk about something besides gossip and
And
complaints?
Well, you change the subject then.
I know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry
doesn't
for
get it.
thinking I had something to offer. I'm sorry, Denise.
Go ahead and
We
off.
did mention a little bit
You wanted
before. We did mention a little bit before about how to manifest.
Very good.
And I did speak about this before. So, in the scientific configuration of our toroidal field in our body, if we come out of our heart space, we create a wider auric field because
Well,
it
show
comes.
me, show me,
We are
Nicole. You
we're
do it if
showing.
you know how to
So
do it.
we're
Show
coming
me,
out
do
from the
something.
heart. yes, the heart has neurons. So we're
Yeah.
using the sacred triad. The triad is the mind, the heart, and the gut. And by doing that, we're creating a wider auric field and coming out from that love.
Well, do it though.
space.
Well, can you do it? Can you do it?
Mind,
Yeah.
body,
So
spirit.
when
Stop.
you're using that sacred triad and you're bringing that energy in, it's the electric magnetic energy in your own toroidal field in your own body.
Right.
It's allowing you to manifest more in this holographic matrix reality.
All right, I
Okay, but if
got
we
you.
know how to do it, why aren't
Mind,
we
body,
doing it?
gut, and spirit.
Why are we not doing it? Why aren't you doing it? You do it.
I
Show me
am.
how to do it. That's
Be-
what we're capable of.
Yes,
Because
we
you're
are all
holding
we are
back.
all
It's
capable.
meditation,
Yes.
prayer.
Unlearn. You're not willing to listen, Denise. That's
We
why.
we're
Or-
all capable of doing this, and
Yeah.
as thoughts create reality, our heart mind creates a reality. So
You're telling me
we
how
have
to do it.
What I'm
something.
getting to
Here,
before the
Yeah,
here,
I'm
here.
trying to explain. We have something in our heart, in our desire, and that comes into fruition in our auric field. Like I, was thinking about getting a grant for an invention, and all of a sudden I get a text stating that I could get a grant for something on my phone that would allow me to do what I have to do for my invention.
It appears
Things
that's
start,
what we do. Yeah.
yes, things start coming up into our field. It's like I wanted to
Yes,
manifest
it
a
happens
job.
occasionally, but doesn't
Right.
happen. It needs to happen like at least 80% of the time. But
Yes.
what percentage of the time would you say it happens for when you ask for something?
If you ask, it will be given to you. So
Well,
you
ask for
have
something
that
really
in,
good. Ask for our own
Sometimes
television station. Try and get that because that's what we need. We need a
It,
television
the altar
station.
Satan,
sometimes you don't
family
get what you want, but you get what you need.
it looks
Well,
like
then,
you have
well,
to
that's
have the
80%
subconscious
of
thought
the
as well.
time. 80% of the time, you should be able to get. You're missing what I'm trying to say to you, and I don't know how to say it to get through to you. So just try and help me out here.
I
I'm
think I
saying,
understand you, Denise. And I think that what it is that consciously we think one way, and our unconscious is where you really believe a thing. That's the creative part. So if you really believe it, your subconscious takes hold. When we ask for these things
Yeah.
like a jet plane or something, we don't really believe it. Things like I'm gonna get up in the morning, have a cup of coffee, I'm gonna do this, called Bob. We believe those. So we manifest them daily, thousands upon thousands of times.
well, we should know how to do it and teach other people how to do it. But
Hey,
I want to see you do it. I want to see you do it.
hearing
I want to,
the word of God.
I think we can do it, but we're not capable of doing it consistently yet. And we
Yeah.
need to learn how
Not
do we do it consistently?
Okay.
That's what we need to know.
So
Well,
here's how
Aaron,
to do it.
summarize the answer. Yeah.
Who's-
Pat.
Here's how to do it. When we resonate in this energy of the emotion of the sun that we're all made out of, this is what
Yeah.
they call it, the vortex, right? In all this manifesting teachings, the vortex is the golden ratio. It's the creative force of God. And that's why when we're in that pure positive state and all that red carpet treatment starts rolling out, all these things click into place, that's
Yes.
because we're being one with God. And when we collectively stop being negative at all, remain in that goodness of the original law of God, we can thought project new worlds into being. I've
I'm
got the
not sure
vision.
you answered her. She's saying, how do you do it? You're saying what needs to be done. I'm not sure you're
Yeah.
saying how. You're saying
That-
resonate a
Well,
frequency. How do we find that frequency? What does it look like?
okay, learn from the
No,
sun.
you do it. No, I want you to do it. If you know how to do it, like if you teach a subject, you've got to know how to do it. You've got to demonstrate that you can do it. But you're telling me how to do it. But you won't do it. You're not doing it.
Well,
That's
no,
what I'm
hold
saying.
on. Check it out. Remember, everything's recorded, right? What I'm going to tell you is going to sound wild, but I guarantee you it happened. On September 23rd of 2015, when I led literally Lord Jacob Rothschild personally and his crew back to God, back to their oneness with God, they were overwhelmed because I said, hey, every crime you committed that I've learned about, I've put my neuron cells through the full experience of that. I'm guilty along with you. So this I am that I am consciousness, when we own our oneness with everything and then lead it back to the unconditional love that we're made of, that's how we do it.
Yeah.
Because literally, we saw in Malibu, the heavens were starting to sparkle, literally.
Yeah.
And we were in the initial stages of dimensional ascension. And that's why I came on the show, is to share this with us, because we have to do this together. When we stop knowing evil and lead evil back to the sunshine it's made of,
But
we will
you
ascend.
should do something to show me how you manifest, or to show us, not me, it's me.
I
But
can
we
show
need
you
to,
some
that's what I'm
things.
saying. We
Listen,
need to
listen,
be
listen.
able to
I'll tell
manifest.
you, you
Now,
Denise.
can I please finish
Wait, let me
like
tell you. Let me tell you what he
a
didn't
little bit
tell
like
you.
the sentence?
But this, I'm
No?
sorry, the timing is perfect, Denise. I've had a
Why
similar
can't you just
experience.
wait? Why can't you wait?
I can
It's
wait.
like you have to
I can
ejaculate
wait. I
everything
can.
out.
All
That's
right.
what I always say. It's
All right.
like
Go ahead.
you can't just hold your ejaculate or something. You know, it's all. I have to wait too. We're all waiting.
You don't get me started.
Go
Go.
on. Go,
All right.
please go.
All right, thank you. I was just gonna say that I've had a similar experience to this guy, and I met 3 people over there on the other side, and they gave me directions on how to do it. I can share the beginning of them with you. They said meditate, lay down, and you relax your muscles one by one. And this takes times, days, weeks, because you think they're relaxed, they're not. You got to relax everything, your neck muscles, so and so, piece by piece. That's how they told me to start, and I'm sending it on to you.
Well, we need to have a science. We need to have a new science of how to manifest.
So
And we
let me
need to
answer that.
show the steps of how to do it and show how to do it. We need to show how it's done.
Agreed.
We need to manifest.
So
We need to be able to
here's how we
manifest.
do it. Here's how we do it. You know, in the Bible, it says we fell from the Garden of Eden. The Garden of Eden was where we were immortal and unlimited
Right on.
children of God. And the way we get back there is we lead these most evil entities we know about, both in the physical and the spiritual, back to the unconditional love of God. That's how we do it. I guarantee you, if a critical mass were to do that, we will ascend.
I would agree.
Well, before a critical mass can do it, it has to be a small mass, because nothing gets to 1 million without getting from 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 to
That's
5.
what we're here for, right? No, I agree. It starts right here.
I'm down for the battle. Yeah.
It's not a battle. No, here's the thing. Remember, it's all about the sacred marriage, which is
All
sacred
right.
union.
You're right. I misspoke.
We make feel how, remember, everything is built off of the sacred energy exchange that they call sex. Because remember, every thought you think, you're having reproductive electrochemical sex with. When you exhale, you're literally releasing, ejaculating into the matrix, which means womb, electrochemical molecules of consciousness that become spirit entities.
Yes, I would agree with that. And
This is
I
fact.
said a battle. That was perhaps a wrong
No
choice
battles.
of words. Sure, I need to learn the
We got
balance.
to end the battles because we don't want this world to be in a battle.
Yeah, that's that male shit in me. I like to fight. I want to fight. Right. We battle huge numbers of evil spirits in the unseen world. I want to fight bad, grr. But yes, it's a
See,
balance.
that's what males want to do.
That's
They
what
have
men.
they have that's something in there urging you to fight, and I think that needs to be looked at, because that's causing us to have wars
Grr, you are
and
wrong.
kill and
It
all
is a
this.
tool like
Whoever's saying
everything
to
else.
mute me, whoever's saying to mute me in the thing, no, it's free speech, darling. Okay, doing
Yep.
stuff like that is
Another
that's
divide.
just that's not nice.
Hey, like I do. Like I wish you'd interrupt me more, right? Then
I want to hear from Michelle. I want to hear, Michelle, you've been waiting patiently.
Yes.
Please tell us your thoughts on, what you've been listening to so far.
If God loves us unconditionally, we have to be able to do that.
Oh, dope.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes.
We
Oh,
have
good
to be
girl.
able to do that. And it has
But-
to come from your heart.
But
and you can't just ask for yourself all the time.
But
Because you're just a taker and you're not a giver.
I was never suggesting anything like that, if that's what you're suggesting.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, to make it work,
any one of you tell her how to do it.
ask for other people.
I
ask
think
good
she just said it.
people, And something you
Yeah,
want
so-
can happen.
So let's look at reality right here. Just even in the screen, see how you see light and darkness?
Yes.
That's the unconditional love of the masculine and feminine that is ether and plasma that creates everything. That love together is God. That
Amen.
unconditional love of light
Love
and darkness.
it.
We're in
You
the
know,
most regenerative state when we sleep in the universal womb at night. That's the divine feminine.
You know, when you talk about God, to me, it sounds like if I was talking about Santa Claus, because I know that there's no God. So, but you assume that everybody believes that, and that's fair enough. A lot of you do believe that, but I'm saying there is no God. There is no God.
Even if you don't believe in God, you believe in yourself and believe in love.
May I respond to that? Because you spoke to
and
me when
in
you said
others,
that.
and in others, and in nature, and in a lot of things.
No, saying there's no God is to put yourself in the position to say that you're not answerable to anyone else.
Okay.
Well,
That's right. Yeah.
So
stop breathing now. All the doctors in the history of the world working with all the best medical equipment couldn't give you one more breath.
That's very hypothetical. I don't know how to answer that kind of thing.
okay,
When
so
the
so just
spirit departs, you're dead as a doornail. Okay.
so I said God, and she responded to me. So I'm
Spirit
gonna
goes-
respond to that.
I'm
Where's
trying
the
to, yeah,
spirit
listen.
go?
Yeah.
Through the ectoplasma, through the
We
dark,
don't die.
the cytoplasma, through the blood plasma. Which fucking plasma is it?
Okay,
Just our body dies
please hear me
and
out.
our spirit leaves our body. We are infinite.
God is love. So
Yeah.
all of us believe in love. It's all we're ever pursuing. We were made by love.
Agreed.
And God is the greatest good. And I don't know any greater good than love. And what
So
is
you
every-
believe in God, Denise? You just haven't. You misdiagnosed him. You haven't identified him. You do
If I-
believe
Well,
in these
I
things.
used to believe in
Do
God.
you believe in what he said? If God is
Lord,
love and forgiving
Creator.
and those things that he just said, you still believe in God.
Well,
I'm
do you
sorry
think
to
Santa
interrupt you,
Claus? Do you
bro.
think Santa Claus is about love
Believe
and
We come from
happiness?
nothing.
Santa Claus is about love and happiness. What does it help us? It doesn't help us. What we need to the first thing we need to do is how to interact. That's the first thing. Notice how we don't know how to interact properly.
Well, some people do. Some people interrupt others while they're trying to talk. And I get it in a conversation when you're talking, you can interject. But this is a live panel when two people are talking at the same time. Nobody hears anything and it's rude and it's ignorant. So you just let a person finish before you start talking, because otherwise, two people going at it trying, nobody hears anything and we get nothing out of it. So
Yeah.
Matt's been waiting patiently. He wants something to say. So let's listen to Matt here for a second.
All right, I'm unmuted now. Okay, yeah. So I've been out of I've been listening, but I've been out of the conversation for some time. So I apologize if I go really far back. The record.
I'm
here.
down, baby. I'm down. Go for it.
But for one thing, I just want to say is it Joe from Boston there?
I'm from Chicago.
Oh, you're from Chicago. Okay, yeah. I like your fire attitude, by the way. So anyway, more or less what I want to say is there's a lot of, we'll say, sacred numbers, if you will, but I'm going to talk about both the number 2, 4, and 5. Yes, I'm skipping the number 3, sorry. But anyway, so going with 4, right, we have 4 seasons. So oftentimes people think about 4 like a cycle, but 4 is also the amount of sides to a square, and Masons stand on a checkerboard floor. The checkerboard floor is black and white, which represents duality, right? And going just briefly to the number 5, the number 5, like a pentagram, it represents gateways in and of itself. So basically, we are, in a sense, like, I'm going to kind of paraphrase here, and I apologize if I'm butchering a little bit of what Aaron had to say here, but you can feel free to interject and correct, man. But we are like multi-dimensional, I guess, is the way I look at things, and we're consistently opening up gates with either the words we use, the actions we take, the things we do, right? Because I mean, English in and of itself is kind of a butchered language, because you have aspects of, in a university they'll call it Germanic, but I don't really agree with that, because you have aspects of Latin, Greek, and God knows what, right? So
it forms certain vibrations. The English language, I think, is where you're going, whatever you speak.
Yes, exactly, right? Because sometimes the vowels and stuff, those are like sounds, and I mean sound frequency, vibration are kind of like the language of the universe, if you will. And more or less, too, just speaking about the aspect of duality, I'm going to speak about how it's in a positive sense and in a negative sense. So there are things that complement each other in this reality, such as men and women, right? And we also have our innate differences, right? So, but in and of itself, together, that's like a creative force, right? If you will. I'm not going to take anybody through like grade 9 sex ed or anything like that.
Yeah.
Basically, in and of itself, being a duality is like, in a sense, a language of the world, if you will. I say it's a language of the world because duality, there are aspects that complement each other, and then there are aspects that don't. And the thing is, the idea of polarity is exactly what this cult, if you will, for lack of better words, the Orsini families, the Rothschilds, whoever, you guys called them the Nephilim earlier. So basically, they use these polarizing aspects, if you will, to keep us trapped in a mental paradigm. And I'm going to give an example of that is prior, and I don't want to take people down this rabbit hole again, but when I asked people what a planet was, that was my question, is what's a planet? What is it? Is it like a godly body? Is it a celestial body? I wasn't asking about the shape of anything, but that's naturally where a lot of people's minds went, and that's fair, right? Yeah. The idea of like the globe model versus the flat earth, for instance, is just another idea of one of those paradigm traps, if you will, because the globe model was made by what's his name? I think it's Nicholas Deschardins, who is a Jesuit, by the way. And then, the aspect of the flat earth, a lot of the time the people that subscribe to that ideology don't really talk about what this plane or planet really is in and of itself. They just focus on the shape, right? So it's kind of limiting in and of itself for a thought process, right? So, and then when it comes down to duality, right, you have the aspect of like politics, for instance, red and blue, right? Liberal, conservative,
white, black,
whatever. Is that they both work for the same people, right, at the end of the day, right?
Yeah.
So more or less what I'm saying is that 2 is like the language of the world. The number 2 is like the language of the world, if you will, because of these opposites that either complement or don't complement each other. But the thing is, we have to accept our differences. But at the same time, too, what we have to do with this sort of acceptance, if you will, is we have to not be afraid to question anything, because oftentimes, too, there's a lot of things that we are taught that innately, how do I put it, like boggle down our minds. And we're taught to think certain things, and again, we're just trapped into a lot of paradigms, and I don't really keep talking here because I'm just going to go in circles and just annoy the shit out of it.
I want to listen to Jack. Jack's been waiting patiently.
I'm just kidding. Sorry. Go ahead, Jack.
Jack, let's hear what you have to say.
I appreciate it. There's lots of opinions, lots of versions of history. There's lots and lots of stories. Everyone's got a story, and that's all the history was a bunch of stories authored by the same creator. And we are part of that story. So what we actually are, all we are is time. Time is the essence of who we are. We're not the physical form. We are the spirit and the essence, which is no thing. The no thing is what is important in our life. The no thing is the essence and the power of God that is, regardless of our opinions, regardless of our words. But we can rise above the separation and the labels and all of this stuff when we stop judging each other, stop trying to define each other. We start recognizing each other as a part of this miraculous, amazing experience.
Yes, that's enough right there. I'm supposed to love you and be down for you just because you made it and you're part of it. I'm okay with that.
Hey.
Yeah, I'm in harmony with that for sure.
That's cool, Joe.
We're living a mind trip within the mind and the womb of our God. There's no separation from God and us except that which we believe.
Create mentally, yeah.
I spent a lifetime without faith, trying to fit into the corrupted, immoral laws of society, trying to be right and righteous and moral in a corrupted world.
Yeah.
It drove me insane.
Nothing changed. You're still the righteous nigga trying to be right in a corrupt world. Ain't nothing changed, bro.
Yeah.
That's life every day.
You're right, Joe, but this is a miraculous time that we're sharing together. This time of history where we have the technology. We've got the ability to communicate around the world. And to come together, it's going to take understanding. You know, we got to start trying to understand each other, getting over the language, over the vocabulary, over the memories.
That might be, Jack, I'm sorry if I'm interrupting, but that might be our problem. This is a new time, what the lady was said, I think, Denise. This is a new time. We're just learning these new tools. You know, my kids are better. We're bound to make mistakes and not know how to talk 10 cats on a panel at the same time. These things are logical. We shouldn't stress them.
I want to hear from Nicole as well.
Yes. I also speak of the Duat, which was the last two gates in Egypt. That was the number 2 gates of polarity. And to even get into the Holy of Holies in King Solomon's temple, there was the Boaz and Jacob. That was the Duat. The center of that to enter is through the heart. It's the neutral 0 point base. And by going in through that, we get into that Holy of Holies. So it's important to understand like how those stories in the Bible can actually help us to make that walk and to do that we all want to see, because it is all connected.
We got to see it the way you see it, though. You're not talking, it's literal. I like the way you talk. You know, they're really talking about the union between the heart and the so-and-so, because the literal, whether the fight took place in Galilee or Egypt, that's what we fight about. And we missed the entire thing. The whole thing was really a story trying to get you to get your heart in tune with your head, and we miss all that.
Yeah, you
Awesome.
know.
How about Mike? Mike, you've been waiting patiently. I didn't realize that, you know, you and Matt were in the back there. I didn't see. So when there was a space, I didn't pop you up there because I didn't even see you guys. I'm new to this. Lots of people on a stream, so just bear with me. I'm trying to do the best that I can here.
Jesus.
Jesus is everywhere all the time. Tell him. Come on.
Everywhere.
Convict his Christ.
Somebody has an echo or something.
Mike, you muted yourself. I cannot unmute you. Nobody's hearing what you're saying right now.
Oh, sorry. Haha. Okay. Is that better?
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
the problem with the world. No one can hear what Jesus is saying.
Exactly.
You know?
Exactly. I was just saying, contrary to what OT said earlier, I have been here the whole time.
Okay, awesome. Denise, would you like to comment? You're on mute.
I just want to say I have to go. I can't stay to the whole time because I have something else to do. But I appreciate having all your company.
Where do you hang out? I want to fight some different, areas of disagreement and disagreement with you, man. What do you hang out at?
Other show, this other stuff that we talked about, and now that the people have said about frequencies and love and manifestation and resonation, this is huge. I don't know if you noticed. I'm taking notes like a fiend here. but this is corroborating stuff that I've been basically looking into for 50 years.
I'm sure all of us have. I've even done the experiments that Denise needs to see with my friends while I go into that state with teachers and shit. We should talk.
Yeah,
maybe not everybody 50 years.
All of that, right? Like
what's that, Jesse?
Well, I was just saying, Joe said everybody was, OT said everybody 50 years, and Joe said all of us, but maybe not all of us 50 years. Worth of this research.
Yeah, but everybody's moved to do something, right? Or they're irked, right?
Oh, we got to get doing something real quick, because here's the thing. I am Issachar. Yes. I was prophesied as being he who knows the times and what everybody should do. And the thing is, this is all I want. Is all of us in the kingdom talking about shit, getting it all figured out. If we had the time, I mean, do you think the Great Reset is just going to wait for us? Do you think all these banks closing and more and more homes are going to wait for us? I mean,
can we talk more about that? Can we talk more about that? Because I don't want to manifest it, but I think it's coming. I don't want to be that guy who's thinking the manifestation that makes it happen. It's coming.
What did you say, Michelle?
Make our own reset, a reset of love.
Yes.
Love, but we've got to know what love. We've got to know what love is. We've got to be like I hate to say it, sort of scientific, so that because love is way too broad. And what happens is it can be used as a stick against us sometimes too. So I
You
think
can't be against love. Don't be against love.
I'm not against
Of
love.
it.
I'm not against love at all. Believe
Okay,
me.
thank you.
But I
Relief.
think we do have to talk more. We do have to talk more, and these talks are awesome. Thank you, Jesse, for putting this on.
Thank you
And I'm
so
sorry
much.
I'm a pain, but I
Denise,
just have to be a pain. Sorry.
No. So Denise said, she's like, you know, are you sure you don't want to invite me to on the panel? A lot of people don't like this. I would like differing opinion views. I don't want
Very good.
everybody on a panel speaking the exact same
Just
thing,
me
because
and
you know
Denise,
it's love
Jess.
is great and we want this love, but we also want people to be heard on their differing views. How we can all become better as people, and that's by listening to everybody's different voices, so we can get a better understanding of who we are, what we are, and why people are maybe feeling a little bit disconnected
Exactly.
from other people.
Well,
And everybody has a piece to the puzzle. Everybody is a missing link.
Yeah,
Everybody's a piece of the puzzle.
Most of all, sovereign and free.
Yeah. Well, Jesus said, "Call no man upon the earth your father, Father which is in heaven." Like, what is that other than the ultimate sovereignty? You know.
Yeah.
Love is coexistence. Love is patience. I don't know. It'd be good to see what you think love is, to get it down to something. So something
It's
like
what you
that.
said, baby. It's forgiving. It's
Thing,
patience.
Time.
Yeah,
That's what drove
Being of service to others.
Tried to do the right thing all the time.
Being of service to your fellow man.
That's
Yeah.
right.
If
And
some-
love yourself. Love
Caring.
yourself is very
First,
important.
Love yourself is very important.
Yeah.
Now, if
And love
everything
is
is love,
life-giving.
yeah, and if everything is
main thing
love,
they do
they've
once
been
you
doing
give
everything
yourself.
that they can in order to
life.
separate us, to destroy that love. Love
And
is
light.
everything. Love is where we need
Yes.
to get back to. Love is light. Love is what it is. But people say, well, you know, you're getting out of that love vibration. Well, they're doing that on purpose. They're doing that to distract you. I am this. I am that. I'm separating myself from everyone else. And they're doing that on purpose. And that's getting you away from the love vibration where
Thank
we
you,
all
Jesse.
really
I
need
think
to
that
be
should
vibrating at. And part of that love, there's respect, honor, loyalty, all of the things that come, but it's truly all in the basis of what love is.
It's
What's
an
the name of your
appreciation.
channel?
Love
What's
is,
the name
I
of this
love
channel
it.
that we're on?
Also love. Right?
They're also using the Bible as a playbook.
What's the name of this
Exactly.
channel?
The Bible
Don't you
is
got a
playbook.
YouTube channel?
The Bible.
No YouTube channel, so I know
Oh,
people have
okay.
been commenting
All right, I
in the
don't have
things.
I'll let somebody
we've-
go.
we've-
Good night, everybody.
Hey, thanks so much, Denise. Appreciate it.
Y'all
Commentary.
sub Jack. I'm over to Jack. Sub Jack and come over there so we can continue
Love
these
you all.
conversations
No
on
kidding.
YouTube.
It was fun. I don't know what I'm
Yeah,
gonna do with
I've
all.
got my email address there.
I gotta listen.
Contact me. Everybody's welcome.
I'm gonna have to listen.
Goodbye, darling.
You were great, Denise.
Goodbye.
You were the
Love you.
best part of this, Denise. Good.
So are you guys
Yeah.
and gals.
Okay, so thank you, Denise. So I just wanted to say, and thanks for Grant for waiting patiently in the back, that we were on YouTube with The Missing Link. Right now, this
Missing
program is
Link,
called
that's
The
what you
Missing
said.
Link.
Yeah,
So we have, this is a 454th interview that we've done in the last 2
Jeez.
years. And most of it has just been one-on-one, and there's not a lot of people that have gone more than once. So we've probably talked to at least
Wow.
400 different people in the last 2 years, really putting the work in just to get the people coming together, educate anybody willing to listen. We've
Yeah.
had 3 YouTube channels deleted because out of those 450 interviews, 44 or 45 have been doctors, and they're speaking their own stories through the COVID stuff, obviously medical misinformation. So we've
That's
had 3
horrible.
YouTube channels deleted,
That's
and we
horrible.
decided not to go back onto YouTube. We have a
I hear you.
YouTube channel called the High Vibe Love Tribe, which we haven't been active on it. We do this thing
Yeah.
where we get together, put on some good music, dance a little bit, put some guided meditations, healing frequencies, just a nice safe space for people to be in. I've had like bad hips. I just had surgery. That's the reason why we stopped the High Vibe Love Tribe. When the lockdown first started, we did that for 7 days a week, 11 straight months, to raise the vibration of humanity instead of, talking about fear and what they wanted everybody to be in. And so it just gave people a nice safe space. But because of my hips, after 11 months, decided to kind of ease that. We'll be doing the High Vibe Love Tribe. I just had double hip replacement surgery. I'm starting to walk in. once I'm stopped having pain, I'm going to start doing once a week High Vibe Love Tribe. Yeah, that's the one for that's the one of our YouTube channels. And then we have another YouTube channel called Forbidden History Chronicles, where I have another show with someone who has deep hidden occult knowledge with stuff through the Bibles, through all the different spiritual texts and stuff. So he goes and he's deciphered all, he's read a whole bunch of books, and I think we've done 9 or 10 shows. That's the Forbidden History Chronicles on YouTube. But the Missing Link, about 6 or 7 months ago, maybe 8, I don't really, time, we decided not to go back on YouTube, but we are on Facebook, we're on Rumble, we're on Odyssey, we're on Telegram, we're on BitChute, as well as Dollar Vigilante TV picked up our show, and they're broadcasting our show onto his platform as well for anybody that's listening that did want to, connect with some of the stuff we're doing. So
subject, bro.
Yeah, that's the other one, Forbidden History Chronicles. So
Forbidden Chronicles.
Forbidden History Chronicles. Yeah, Forbidden History Chronicles is the other YouTube channel, and all of it. We have Facebook pages as well. So if we're going live on High Vibe Love Tribe, we'll go on YouTube, and we'll also, same with Forbidden History Chronicles, we'll do the YouTube, the Facebook, and
I
whatever.
can see you catch.
Yeah. So maybe Grant, would you like to chime in?
Yeah, I got to mute.
Oh, you're on.
Hi there.
Yeah.
I kind of told a story in the sideline there about my temple site that I discovered. I think I've said everything, in a nutshell about what I'm about. Maybe you guys all have a question for me.
Yeah. So I'm very interested in that temple site. See, I've been doing a lot of research, and I'm coming to some very interesting discoveries as far as what was actually here before what we see was built, and and exactly like Nicole was saying, there's something going on underneath Mount Shasta. All you have to do is Google it. As far as inner earth, I got a few books on that. Yeah, I mean there's levels to this shit.
In my book on the temple site, I had a native fellow come to my chapel, the Chapel Grant Mission in Gleason, Alberta, and I live right on the Blackfoot Indian Reserve, right across the tracks is the reserve. So this guy said that he was and it's in page 22 of my book on this site, and but this guy came to me and he says he wanted to see my whole. Pardon me.
Is that 22?
Page 22 of the book that I have.
So listen real quick. That's not literally earlier. I think Matt was talking about number 2, and 2 is very important. I just wanted to note that. That's some of the synchronicity, some people kind of unless they're really in tune, pick up on. And now you're quoting from.
So what's on page?
Oh, let me tell this story.
No. What's on page 22? I gotta know now.
Well, I'm going to tell you. I'm telling you the story right now. So this guy came to visit me, this Blackfoot fella, and he said that he was the man that took care of the antiquities and reliquary for the Blackfoot Indian Reserve, and he wanted to see my Holy Grail prophecy stone that has Jehovah written on it, right? And he didn't know about the Jehovah, and they just on the outside of my my church, I have it says Templar Archives of the Holy Grail prophecy stone. So he saw my sign, he wanted to see this stone. But anyways, I was telling him about all these temple sites across Canada where that were built by European people or white people, right? And I found archaeologists that dug up these people that go way back that are white or European in nature, had red hair and these kind of things. And he says, yeah, we killed them fucking bastards, right? And I told a few other Blackfoot locally about that story, and they kind of just smirked, right? So we were here 12,000 years ago, the Israelites, and we set up this temple site, and all the temple features have obelisks, and there's a mound that has an altar at its top, and it marks the date that the temple was built. And I've done all the measurements. It's in my book. And
You're not the
So-
only cat. This temple is known now. Yeah, this temple that you're talking about.
It's called the Many Berries, Karen, in southern Alberta, and it uses the 49th parallel for the alignment. So there's stones that are precisely located, and I'm talking precisely, not even precisely, because there's a big a pivot stone that's like an obelisk, but it fell down. But the north corner of the obelisk is the 49th. And it's precisely on the north corner of that stone for a reason, because it aligns with another stone and a hilltop and another obelisk that creates a angle of 33 degrees.
I could buy.
That's another esoteric number, and I know what 33 means. It has to do
Where's
with
that
this
site?
trust estate that God left us to all the wealth of the earth, right? That's what 33 stands for. It's the two trust estates. I have a trust estate, and the government holds a trust estate in my name as second party trustee, right? So that's what 33 stands for, is
Well,
the
let
two
me
trust
help
estates.
clarify. So,
Go ahead.
Campsite 33.
So
I couldn't hear what anybody said there.
all right, I'm talking.
Okay,
so,
well, you first.
No, hang on, Mike. Just let Michelle has a quick comment, and then you can.
Yeah, I
go.
want to hear what Michelle said.
Okay.
I wanted to know what 33 was. My campsite is number 33.
What is
your 33?
Yeah.
What is that your sign for?
Her
My
campsite.
campsite. My campsite is 33.
And
No,
these,
that
these
33
things happen
is
not by accident.
And
Stuff is another show as well. Like all of that legal.
There's so many meanings.
Well, for section 33 of the notwithstanding clause of the Canadian Charter is you should go into 33. It's where they take all your rights away. That's the Emergency Act, section 33. And so is the freedom of information. Like this is in all your utility bills, the Freedom of Information and Privacy Security Act, right? And they cite section 33 of that act, right? And it's another place where they take all your rights away to these God-given birthrights. It's in every contract that the government has, and they even you look up blaspheme. I think it was in the Black's Law Dictionary, and it's on page 666. They do this purposely.
They do that.
I don't know if it's purposefully.
They take two numbers and pervert them.
You're all talking too many.
That's somebody's got a little echo.
They take the numbers and make something bad.
The thing is, can I
ask
talk?
Grant something too when you're done, man.
Yeah, let
What-
Mike
what's that?
speak, and then I do want to hear from Jack as well, and then Joe, I definitely want to hear from you. And Aaron's been waiting patiently, so we kind of want to let everybody kind of have some chances to speak.
Absolutely, I'll be quick.
I will send the book to you guys. Just give me your email. I'll send it to you. You'll see all the proof of everything I'm claiming, my birthrights and everything.
Mine's in the
Sorry,
chat.
sorry, Mike. Go ahead.
I put my email in my Facebook in the chat, so you can find it there.
Yeah, I wrote your. I'll be emailing you tonight.
I love you, brother. Thank you so much.
And I got my phone number in there too. If you want a phone, call me anytime.
Awesome.
I'm in service
I'll call you.
uninterrupted and service 24 hours a day at my church.
Oh, awesome.
See, they're taking 33 and then 666 and making it evil.
Well,
They seem to invert and pervert everything.
Well,
Right.
they take everything and they make it evil.
They do.
Anything that's godly, they turn it around, and it's exact opposite of what's godly.
And which
Right?
confuses
Bastards.
everybody, because now nobody, 33, must be bad, must be a Freemason,
Right,
or
yeah.
666, it must be bad. So it
No,
makes
that-
everyone confused and divided, because you
Yes.
cannot use any, or you cannot like any of these numbers. You can't put any of this stuff, because automatically now you're labeled a bad person.
That would be
because-
intentional too. They would
and
do
they
that
did that. They
intentionally.
did
Yeah.
all the cool numbers, like 8 infinity is my favorite number. I love the infinity. I love the 8. But somehow, if I say that, I'm connected to the occult.
They
And
don't
it's-
want you by your number. They don't want
Matter
you
of fact-
expanding the power of those numbers.
You mentioned the phi ratio, the golden ratio.
Sounds
This
somebody's
temple
got a
site.
really bad echo.
This temple site has the phi ratio. Its dimensions are based on the phi ratio too.
And you guys mentioned earlier about the builders. I think Nicole, was that you? You said you're talking about the builders, and this is the thing. I am the stone the builders refused. Everybody built.
I found that stone. I got the cornerstone of the New Jerusalem.
I'm right here.
Yeah, I got it. That's that little green grail stone, and it's the cornerstone of that described in Revelations. And I have it. It's got Jehovah's name on it.
I love stuff.
And it's got the symbol of Jesus Christ on it too. Two X's. And
Grant.
those X's are at 33 degrees.
Grant.
Yeah.
Right? The crossings is
He's
33
passionate.
degrees.
He's passionate.
Grant,
He's
I can
Yeah,
buy
it's crazy. I could take you guys down to the site, but it's a bit of a hike. They locked me out of the site because that whole area has been restricted for about the last 100 years. And now they've it's a land reserve for cows, like grazing, right? And they got 2 cowboys in there. In the winter, they lock the gate, and in the summer, they won't let me drive in there because of fire, right? But I snuck in there about 6 years ago, 7 times when they weren't around, and I surveyed the whole thing with laser scopes and GPS. I got photos. It's all in this book that I sent to Jesse.
Have you heard about a Macedonian site, Grant? The Macedonian.
Oh, I want to tell you something else. Sorry.
Wait. We gotta let other people talk too.
Okay.
I just want to tell you about these temple sites. I've found 2 other temple sites in Canada. They're all land claims of watersheds. So this one that I found here is the Milk River watershed. There's another one that's on the Old Man River and Bow River watershed. And that's another big ancient temple site that dates back to 5,000 years.
Are you telling me
you
found 3 temples? Are you telling me that?
Yes, and there's one in Suford, it's called the Suford Mound Burials of Manitoba. That's where they found these.
You're
there's
not
also
saying
a burial.
You literally found them. You're not saying that, right?
No, these were. Sorry, I didn't find them. Archaeologists are already discovered these, and for the one that's on the Milk River, which is called the Many Berries Cairn, you go to a book called Archaeology on the Edge, and it describes the whole thing. It's a very, very good book. But they only excavated the turtle effigy that had a female burial site in it. She was a very young girl, like a teenager, 13 years old. And she was buried in the back flank of this turtle mound. And the natives still bury their dead.
I forgot the book.
Archaeology. This is the breaking news. Literally, this kind of stuff that is coming out now about what the real history of certain areas are, certain places in the Americas, certain places in Europe. We're figuring out what the true history, what really has been transpiring here. And so, it's amazing what Grant's doing.
They've got one in America, the Macedonian site, which I was asking Grant about, which would extend what we thought was modern man, go back 100,000 years. They have them, I think it was in either lower North America or South America, 300,000 years ago. Macedon tusk with what they think are tool marks, which would make us change the way we think. Civilized people would have been back there, and we thought it would have been something different. And it's not a stretch, man, that white folks had come down into Canada and was building temples back then. That's not a stretch, bro.
I want to share a little bit of history, if I may. So what I found is this. I got all the books and everything I could show you guys. But basically, after the Syrian captivity, the northern tribe of Israel migrated by God across the water into America, and you can do a little bit of research. You can find out that the Indians, Native Americans, and Mexican Aztecs and Mayans and all, South American Incas, we were here for 2,000 years since we've been here, and they're actually God's true chosen people. The Aztecs are the tribe of Issachar. That's where I hail from. And the Bible said in Genesis 49:10 that Shiloh would come, and to him would be the gathering of the people. He takes the scepter from Judah. How to do that? Oh, Jesus actually, contrary to a lot of people, I was black, But I come this time in the tribe of Issachar, and it's only replete throughout the Bible. The Bible always talks about the donkey. The donkey that I'm talking about is Genesis 49:14. Now, in Genesis 49:14, it says Issachar is a strong ass. I'm an ass. But it's a donkey.
You fucking trolling.
And it's in the Bible. Anyway, so I have to go with it.
Well, you calling yourself Jesus in there somewhere? They know you. I don't. I think I'm getting the sense that you're saying that you did these things. It's all right.
Yeah, I did a lot. The thing is I'm really concerned with everybody's well-being. And the thing is, everybody needs to know that there's a great tribulation that's going to come. And the only way to be made safe is to come to me. Now, I got a lot to...
I thought he was going to drop some heavy advice on
So I'm claiming to be an apostle, so then I'm your apostle.
I would love you to be my apostle.
Father, but by me, except me.
I got to find 11 more apostles.
That's Mike. Mike is looking for apostles.
That's what he's been trying to do too. Yeah,
that's what he's looking. So you guys are a good connection.
Yes.
Well, we got to find 10 more. We need
to find a lot more. How about
there's
billion?
Actually Jesus, and then there's 12 apostles. So there's
13
13 people,
and there's still billions of people that need us to care about them too.
Okay, so what I want to do right now is I want to give everybody a chance to speak. So I'm going to go around the circle. So we're going to start with Jack, and then we'll go to Aaron, then we're going to go to Nicole, and then Joel. I want to just give everybody a chance. I tended to do this for 4 hours. There's another 15 more minutes. We don't have to stop, right? The conversation is great if we want to keep going, and it seems like everybody is kind of wants to be in this and say that we can stay longer. So I want to start with Jack.
This dude is talented. This dude is good.
Any better, man?
Does anybody refute what I say?
This is my favorite stream ever.
Yeah.
I just want to know if anybody has an argument with what I say or anything, right? And I would like to work with that somehow in the future.
I got to read more about what you say, and I love to argue and debate shit. So,
who's that? Is that you, Joe, speaking?
Yeah, that's me.
You're really dark. I can't even see your face.
Oh, that's some racist shit, bro. That's racist.
No, like the whole
screen. With you, bro.
The whole screen is dark. I can't.
These are things that my apostles say.
I was in a club. No,
I didn't mean to be racist.
I was joking, please. I was joking. Jack, I think you were about to talk to somebody. It was a joke.
Okay, so let's start with Jack. So Jack, and please just take a few minutes, and I want to go by. I don't want like a back and forth dialogue. I just want everybody to be able to just share some words of wisdom. And if you take 2 minutes or 3 minutes or 5 minutes, whatever, and we'll just go to each one and everybody just to be able to share some truth. Once we get around the panel, if people want to start, talking about what other people have said and get in there, I would love that. So I just want to give everybody a chance to speak right now.
And I just got to say this about Jack. Jack has another streaming thing that he does where he includes people, and I encourage people to go on his too because he is doing some good stuff too.
Okay, and just before you go, Jack, I'm just going to go on what Mike just said. So the whole time here, we've had between 110 and 150 people here live, like numbers as watching at one point. Wow. I think we got 130 here right now going as we speak. So Jack he's restreaming this onto YouTube. So if you see the YouTube comments pop up, we're not on YouTube. Jack's got 33 people right now. Speak of the number. And so he's got 33 people watching on his live.
That's how I found you on Jack's, by the way.
Yeah, and so I just want to say thank you for everybody that's watching, that's sharing this out, that's taking the time to maybe absorb some information, or maybe not. Maybe some people are just here with closed minds and just want to spew whatever that they want to spew. You're welcome to. I just don't accept too much disrespect in my thing at people. Right? I don't put up with people being disrespectful towards people. Here come of their own free will to be able to share their truths in front of people, and I try to protect that space for them. So I'm not like other people. If you're disrespectful, then you can't stay. And but otherwise, any comments, talking about things, great, but just please keep it on a respectful level. So take the floor, Jack.
You're my hero, Jesse and Jack. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks, Mike Jack.
Thank you.
Michael Jackson.
So we've had a lot of discussions about a lot of things, but in the back of my mind is always, what's it mean? And so what do we do? Right. It's one thing to learn a lot of information, but then the question is, all right, what do we do?
Act on it.
And in my own path, honestly, the Bible was the last place I turned in order to try and understand God, because I saw everyone else seem pretty confused. But I tell you what, there's so much power and truth in those words. And in the example of what was shown, the story of the Christ, of Jesus or Yeshua, whatever the name was, it is us. And the stories of the Bible, that is us. It is, we are more than just these bodies. We are the spirits and the images of our Creator. And the image of our Creator is pure, divine, perfect, right? And that perfect divine image is intelligence and an unconditional love like we have trouble imagining.
Yeah.
And that's why we have all these wars, because we have trouble imagining love beyond our judgment.
Love it, Jack. Love it.
But brothers and sisters, I believe we are the second coming, the return of the Christed energy, the power.
Never heard that one before. That's new, baby. Go ahead. We are the second coming. We are that. We are that Jesus spoke about coming down from the clouds. That is us
The
getting
Calvary
together.
is
Is
here.
that what you just said?
It is. And if you picture it right now in the electronic version of the cloud, the technological cloud, we are sharing church, sharing ministry, sharing the truth with love. And that truth with love today, that is God's
That's
army.
heavy. We are the second coming. Through us, we bring Jesus, you know, and kick ass. I never even considered that. I thought he'd come down and be like, Joe, let's go.
Joe, let's go. I'm here.
Well, there's a bunch of Christed images right here. There's just one guy.
Everybody is a
says,
part of the
"Hey,
body.
it's
I'm
me."
the head. Okay, the head can't do anything by itself. Okay, and what is the head gonna do if it's just a head? It got no hands, no arms, no legs. I have no legs. Okay, everybody is a part of the body.
I love it. I love it.
I am the head. I am actual. He came. He looks like this. I'm sorry to disappoint you. This is the only Jesus you guys are gonna get.
The problem
There's
is
no
that
picking Jesuses. I
he
can
came
prove everything by the
Earth.
Bible. I didn't want to do all that because, I mean, come on. Everybody needs a chance to talk.
Hey, Mike,
We came from
I'm
Earth,
sorry.
rock, and everybody's now rocking their body instead of body talk that you're talking about to everybody.
When I was a kid, I drank my juice with rocks in it.
Yeah.
Hey, can I encourage this idea? For myself, if I want to claim to be a follower of Jesus, I want to do that name some justice.
Yeah.
And so for me, what Jesus was he was the perfected one, the messenger, right? To share the praise of our God. The good news, the gospel is, hey guys, we've been confused. This police state and all this wage slavery, all of this stuff can end. That's what Jesus was saying, and they murdered him for it. But hey, guys, slavery can end, and this police state can end. We can do this. When we choose to believe that God is with us, we can, together, we can expose the lies.
And we got to
protect
opt out.
the
I'm sorry, Jay.
whistleblowers,
We got to
and we
opt
can-
out. Right. And we got to opt out of the lies and shit first, and then we expose them. We don't take our work out of it. We got to opt out of these things first. I'm
Can't
sorry.
use.
You understand?
We can refuse to
Jesse-
accept them.
Yes, we need to
you
do
for
that
this
to
platform.
ourselves.
Thank you for this platform to let us get truth out. And God helps those who help themselves, creator, source, whatever you want to call it,
Yes.
and help each other.
All right, the cat who's been killing all night next to Jack. I'm not taking over your show, but I think he was next. You're muted, bro. Jesse, I think your name is.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you all so much. And Jesse, I so appreciate you, brother. You've been holding such epic space for us all. And to summarize my story, I would just say, you know, one of my favorite scriptures is 2 Corinthians 5:18, where Paul says, "Now all things are of God, therefore reconcile all things to God through Christ." The moment humanity does this, we will be saved. We will be the embodied resurrected Christ, because that's our purpose. And you know what? It's doable. I literally did this. I promise you, it's all recorded. And I tried, like, those 1% of the 1%, they gave me like 2.5 years to try and communicate this to the world, and the world didn't receive it. And then they kicked in their plan. COVID was supposed to be released in 2017. They postponed it to see if the world would receive this unconditional love message. And this
Wait. Let me interrupt you, Bill. Are you saying that you personally, the hold off of COVID being delayed was because of you personally, you were given the opportunity for 2 years to deliver your message?
I was told through agents of the CIA, yes. I've got personal messages from Lord Jacob Rothschild. He's friended me like 11 times. I've got personal messages from David Rockefeller Jr. I was speaking to Senior before he died. I've been in deep conversations with the top of the top for a long time. And it's because we literally initiated Ascension in 2015.
Where did you
I'm
meet?
only sharing this because I want you all to do this with me. They flew in the thousands to me in Venice Beach, California. And I had agents swarming me. I had them on their phones with their top dogs. And it was the most insane. I was in a 9-month like life and death test phase, where my life in Venice Beach turned into literally like the Truman Show. And I'm telling you all this because
what year was this?
This was in 2015.
2015. All right. I mean, the ego. I'm sorry. Please. Okay, you go. You were talking.
I'm saying this because Lord Jacob Rothschild, he's the guy on paper who, with Evelyn Rothschild, who has claimed ownership of our souls through monetary debt, because he runs the monetary system.
Right on.
And I'll just show you, just to prove it. He posted. Well, he's on the Pope's his little point man, but
this was trouble finding the camera.
Yeah, this was posted by Jacob Rothschild right here, and I'm going to read it for you, because this is him and his Masons who run the world agreeing with what I just said, that verse pretty much. And it says, the moment when the word was recovered, that's all we got to do to save the world, is recover every word and restore it to the unconditional love that God is. Because words create worlds. Words are action potentials.
And what Matt was saying earlier about the number 2 and it having to do like a gateway was interesting. Also with Aaron.
Can we get to that, brother, in your comment?
Yeah,
you can speak when your comment is, and you'll be able to address everything that everybody has said, and you can just have your time of 3 minutes or whatever it is, where you can, each point out each one that you want to comment on at that time. I just appreciate if we just kind of let people flow through what they have to say.
Aaron's got something important to say. I want to hear this.
Yeah, this is for all of y'all. Like this is proof that the Lord of the world, like he sees himself as a biblical Antichrist. And he posted this right after I wrote Queen Elizabeth, thanking her and her magistrate for acknowledging us as the sovereigns of our world, because we've been gifted the complete knowledge of God, which includes the cellular biology of eternal life, which comes from recovering the word. So this is what they agreed with. Check this out. This is the Lord of the world agreeing with us. And he says, the moment when the word was recovered, when the cubical stone, which is Saturn, Satan, was changed to the mystic rose. The mystic rose is plasma. If you look at plasma, it looks like rose quartz crystal, just like our flesh. Okay. When the blazing sun reappeared in its entire splendor, it's God, and the columns of the temple were reestablished, that's the 2. That's the masculine and feminine. And the tools of masonry were restored when true light dispelled the darkness and new love began to rule upon the earth.
Right on.
That's us. We are the resurrected Christ. We are love, and we're the new love gods of new heaven on new earth. So the way we turn this world around is to do what he just said. We no longer let any word or any number be evil. And this number 33, y'all, the Masons know it's 33 vertebrae of your spine. That's
Right.
Jacob's ladder. The reason why Jacob Rothschild is named that is because we're to climb that Antichrist ladder and convert it back to the Christ, because we're the ones who created every devil and demon. And just to the psychologists who know about this, like, psyche means the spirits who form and animate the being. And it's because word and names are entities. Human means sun god of word. And when we think thoughts, we convert the unconditional love of the sun into word and name entities that have a very specific frequency and chemistry. And that creates the entities of our psyche, our shared psyche.
It's logical,
So what
it's
we must
logical.
do is we must lead every word and name back to its divinity. Remember, Lucifer was at the right hand of the throne of God in heaven.
Right.
It's our job to lead every entity back home to heaven. And when we do that, we will be the resurrected Christ.
And I
So thank
think
you
you're
all so
saying
much.
we do that by reclaiming every word and through God, whatever it is, whether people give it a negative connotation, we look at it through the lens of Jesus and we put it back to where it's supposed to be.
We are to embody the divine mother and father who looks at all things as their precious children. All
Right
things.
on. Right on.
And when we do that, we will
Right on. Thank
no
you for
longer
that.
be Adam and Eve knowing evil. We'll be the
Who are the
ascended Adam.
divine mother and father?
Remember, ether and plasma, dark energy and light energy. And feel this. The word El, or the name El, is one of the highest names of God. Look at electricity, which is what is energy, love. There's three polarities, right? There's the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. The Father is the plus sign, the sun. The earth is the ground, the minus. And the neutral is the union of them, their child.
I can't
Are you
find no
documenting
flaw.
any of this?
Yeah, well,
You gotta-
I can't find no flaw in
Uh,
anything you
mother,
said. However,
mother-
I want you to know, and I think you know, that you saying that COVID was held off because of you and your relationship with these guys. It reeks of ego and all of that shit. I would, if we get another chance to talk, I would like to go into depth with
Okay,
that
so
shit.
let me clear that.
Yeah,
brother.
me
It's
too.
not ego. It's not my ego. I'm just telling you what the CIA said, literally.
Are you documenting any of that? You
But
got
how
a book?
do you know they were real agents of the CIA to begin with, man?
Well, I'll tell you. Please don't let that spirit of. I'm only sharing this with you guys, not to.
No, I'm listening
No,
to
I
you,
was just
pimp. Go ahead.
asking you. It's the first thing. If you're like,
So-
hey,
so, yeah.
dude, last night I ran into these guys. I'm gonna want to know about these guys. If they're legit.
I'll tell you.
Aaron, the reason I asked you when it happened 2015 is because I was going to ask you what documentation you had as well.
Okay, I'll tell you. I've got documentation from these individuals on Facebook. They said, I had an agent come to me in person, said I was leading a global love revolution on Facebook. And so all these elites, they brought me into a group called the Big Family Group. It was filled with Jacob Rothschild, the Rockefellers, all that. Soros has, I've got screenshots of all this stuff to confirm what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So like on my birthday, George Soros wrote, dreamers are the saviors of the world. The dreamer was this deep state's term for me.
Dreamers of the what?
Oh,
Dreamer of the what?
Dreamers are
Dreamers
the
are
saviors of the world.
And he said on my birthday, we're all the savior. But he saw I was owning it and saying, like, because my mother told me she had me for this, literally.
Yeah.
My earliest memories, and so I'm just saying, all my life I've meditated and talked to the Holy Spirit.
Praise
How
God.
do we do this? And I just want to share this method because it worked for me. And the only reason why it hasn't saved the world is because we're not doing it together. And so my only thing is, we're all one. We're all the returned Christ. And when we lead every spirit back to its
All right,
divinity,
let's do it. I'm down, baby.
Awesome. Thank you.
Awesome.
Nicole, I think it's on you. Get muted, babe.
Yes. Yeah, I wanted to explain the divine triad, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit was once the mother, the divine feminine, and that is also the breath of life. So when you speak your words, you speak your truth, you live in love.
Very good.
And it is all, it's all connected. There's a lot of things that are connected. And like when Nikola Tesla said, if you know the secret of the 369, you know the secret of the universe. Because there's a lot of triads that exist in creating things. And so that's also necessary. But just most of all coming out of love, because source is first of all love, and it's the greatest force in the universe
I
that
think
created
so.
everything.
I think so.
It's kind of like when you look into a garden, there's not one kind of flower, there's not one kind of grass, there's not one kind of tree, there's not one kind of shrub. It's a variety of everything.
Right on.
And that variety makes it stunningly beautiful.
I agree.
But what Source wants to see is a harmonic resonance within that variety to come back into unity consciousness. So we're not fighting with one another. We're not
Yes.
existing in that duality. We're
Yes.
existing in love.
Yes.
People are allowed to be different. People are allowed to have different thoughts, and don't judge them, don't attack them because it looks poorly upon you and the energy you're putting out into the earth, not the person you're trying to discredit or attack.
Appreciate their differences, right? It ain't those fucking Mexicans with that loud music. It's something I could fucking learn. It ain't oh my God, the way they cook or whatever. It's a new flavor I could taste. Oh, that fucking music, get into it.
Yeah, it's expansive. So when we are appreciative of different cultures or different colors and different textures or different things, we're seeing all of source being expansive, and we're appreciating those concepts. And as we do, we gain more expansion in ourselves.
Yeah, that's one of the most beautiful things I've heard. What you said. Because, to use an overused term like resonate and things like that, so much of it aligns with not only what everyone has said here and some of the comments I can occasionally see, but that is embedded in us, which Aaron, or maybe it was Jack, I don't remember, touched upon, is embedded in us somehow. Right, all of you in certain ways have touched upon it in just in different words and coming at it from different
right on
and angles, whether it's perceived as positive and negative, because we have to add perception is also influencing the levels and depths of the positive and negative that manifests your world. Again, manifestation, these are loose terms that when you have man, what's the dude's name with the headband? I can't remember your name now. Matt. Yeah. When Matt was talking about stuff a while back, like he was banging on it as well. All of this stuff can be summarized in what's known as the Word of God by the language, defined by the language that we speak, which was defined initially in King James 1611, and the importance of words and what these words make chemically, toxically, and how they generate vibrationally and by frequency reality and how it comes to be in existence.
That's the alchemy that,
like that,
right? He was talking
Yeah,
about.
yeah, alchemy. So if God is love, and it's like Jack says that everything is love and only God is true, then we all have to be made out of the same substructure
Agreed.
as God.
Of course.
Right? Is everybody following along? Like, are you all
It's simple
cool?
so far. Oh, stop
Yeah.
it.
So,
You
because
ain't
you all
saying nothing.
said it in different ways, right?
Awesome. Did you get to finish there, Nicole?
Yeah, thank you.
Getting back to what Michelle was saying, source is love, she said, right? So everybody's there. If God is love, it's written that God is love, right?
Okay.
And that's source. That would be the source, the creator of all things, right?
Yes.
'Cause in the beginning, God created it, right? So he's the force of everything,
Of
right?
course. Yeah.
And he wants to see the harmonic resonance in the duality of existence in love that's expansive. I paraphrased a little bit there, Michelle, but that's true. That's growth. That's life. So God, which is love, which is light, which is the word, which is good, makes life. And when God breathed into the dust of the earth, that's made out of the morphemes and phonemes that are the jots and the tittles of the information contained in not one jot, not one tittle shall in no wise pass till all be fulfilled from my word, right? Which is possessive, my word. So he's the word capitalized, saying my word, not one jot, not one tittle. So not one particle shall in no wise pass till all be.
So does that mean we're stuck in hell until we get this right?
Well, the funny thing is we're certainly not on a harmonic frequency and vibration, because if we were, we would live forever, right? There would be nothing to distort it. There would be no bad chemistry if you didn't have the knowledge of right and wrong. However, if you didn't have the knowledge of right and wrong, it means you never could have had free will. And if you never had free will, then the importance of that is you cannot be a sentient being with consciousness.
Okay,
All
right.
you can
It's
be,
logical.
best you can hope for, is the dust, right? That, like Adam, that was made out of the dust of the ground, and God, the source, the Holy Spirit, breathed into Adam's nostrils the breath of life, and he became a living soul.
Am I
And
following
he
you?
had free will.
Right.
They had the choice.
Right.
They had free will
But
before
until
they
that
ate
time,
the fruit of the
if
knowledge.
God makes them perfect in a perfect place and says, here, do everything I say, then yeah, they're doing everything he says. They're going to live forever.
That's
but
the
they're
key.
not conscious.
Key.
They're just programmed computers
Yeah.
that are robots expressed in carbon-based life forms, which
Right.
is us. Right?
All right. Yeah.
So, but
I don't
God
agree.
animate everything to existence. How does he do that? He says, let there be light, and there was light. And God saw that it was good.
So are we trying to get back to the state that Adam and Eve were? It doesn't sound like you are before
Well,
they bit that apple. We can't be ignorant of the things we learned.
That's-
Are we trying to go back
That's
to
what
that state?
everybody's doing when they're looking for love in all the wrong places, by not comprehending the word.
All right. That's
Right?
why I asked you that. I think that
Yeah.
that what you are saying is that in order to get past the apple that we bit, the knowledge of fruit is evil, which is going to crush us, the way back past that is love. I think that's what you were saying.
Yeah. It was something that Denise, who's not here anymore, she said something about paying attention. She was saying to someone that was chatting with her, interjecting back and forth, paying attention. Well, you cannot love anything that you don't pay attention to.
It's logical.
Facts.
Right? You can't hate something that you don't pay attention to.
Love it.
Right?
Yeah.
Yet we live in a world where everybody want to cut what doesn't serve them.
Yeah.
Where they want to be the boss.
Yes.
And whatever doesn't make them feel good, rather than them find out and have the integrity to say, why am I not aligning with this unfeeling, unpleasant vibration?
Girl, you made me think of another thing. That means
What's
we
wrong
must go
in
through
me
this
that I need
bullshit.
to improve to make sure I'm not polluted and dirty, and my thinking and ideology and heart that's depraved, right? The heart is deceitful,
Oh, this is
desperately
gonna be
wicked
hard.
above all else, right?
Yeah.
If people are truthful inside, we've all thought evil things that we're too ashamed to tell anyone or admit in public, let alone
You
have
guys should start
everybody
working on it.
exposed before God. You know, listen, man, you can't lie to anyone about anything and hope to be loving or love enough to pay attention to even what you are as a person, to look at the miraculousness of what another person is. And I'm talking the lowest of the lowest, vile, murderous, mental case, dumb, fucking polluted person that has body parts missing. That's
Everybody sucks.
If you take a part of any part of them, put it on a slide and put it on the planet Mars, people will say there's sentient life in the universe. Yet down here on Earth, you have mothers by one phone call booking an appointment to kill the closest relative to their own selves.
It happens.
74 million.
Listen, we can't demonize those people, though.
74 million times a year, mothers, with the help of the fathers and the families around them, kill that many babies.
It's horrible.
140 million are born. 73.81 worldwide are aborted. That's
But it's not just their fault. Look at the world. Look at what made them make those choices.
Pardon?
Look at the world around you and look what made them make those choices. You can't blame everything on them.
Understand, right? But it's all intermingled. Everything's enmeshed. There's no
Everything
getting
is
away
connected. Yes, this is my premise.
Codependent and interdependent on other human beings, and everybody wants to be, their own man and save themselves, even if they're women.
Yeah, that happens.
Like, what the fuck, save yourself? You can't even get to the place you want to find to get in more trouble if you don't stop and ask someone for directions. And you're fucking gonna save yourself. And
I wonder. I mistook a lot of what you were saying was you save yourself.
Yeah, man.
I thought that's what you were saying when we have to take accountability. We got to do these things.
Yeah.
So we're saving ourselves in a way.
No, but that's why it's important to stop any fraudulent activity the second you hear it. Like, anytime someone even starts speaking a lie, anything that's not true, anything that doesn't hold integrity, the importance of truth is it's alignment. When you true things up, it has to be level. It has
to wait. Let me ask you, OT.
Hey, OT.
What?
Well, go ahead, Joe.
Thank you. OT.
Let Jack's been waiting.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, all this talk of truth is exactly what I have been trying to get out on social media. Hold on, geez. To change the world.
Agreement is argument, isn't it?
Holy Christ.
Turn his mic off.
How much medication are you on, Jack?
Oh, shit. Let's get ready to rumble.
Have you learned the generous gift God allows us called self-control? Maybe respect and awareness, situational
Am I supposed to learn it from a
others?
guy that didn't have enough self-control and interrupted me when I was saying something of importance?
Well, I know you.
Be on an overdose.
I don't want to argue with you. I don't want to argue with you.
Jack?
You've been. I'm not going to complain about you either. So here's what I was trying. Can I please say something without you flapping your gums, dude?
That what I'm saying is true.
Holy
Everybody sucks.
Why don't you try that, Jack?
Hey, don't forget, Jack. I know I wanted a turn to say the shit I wanted to say. So if you're gonna be long, I think we started with you. No. I meant okay. You're gonna lose your opportunity to respond. If you wanted to respond to him, do it now, and I can wait.
Go ahead, Joe.
Okay. All right.
Fuck.
Blow me, motherfucker. Don't get mad at me.
Hey, you guys are friends, assholes. Start acting like it.
Thank you, Jesus.
I just wanted to ramble a little bit. Nothing in particular. My thoughts on a lot of this shit that's been going around now.
Has that effect, man? Puts you on the love vibration, makes you filled out. Right?
Yes, maybe my timing was good. I'll start then with something that that dude was saying, and no, I'm not. I'm gonna go straight to the science bullshit. I believe that science also is God. I'm a fan of science,
100%,
right?
100%.
I'm a fan of physics. I'm a fan of quantum physics. And I think that all the latest fucking discoveries and all the things that they're showing is where we could prove or show proof to those who have that type of mind of God. Those experiments that they're doing seem to respond to the person who's doing it. On the conventional level, the definition of science is, I think you have to be able to repeat another man's experiment, do the same shit he do and have the same outcome. Now it's called science. Well, on a subatomic level, it appears that the man determines if he wants the dice to fall from 6 to 12 more often, it will fall from 6 to 12. And then the guy underneath, he wishes something bad to happen over here or something good, and it looks like he has some play. And I think we have scientific studies that show that now, and I'm not the only one talking about that.
Yeah.
There's more evidence for us to speak about God. We're in these forums. I think
I think it was Jack's turn.
It's definitely
Jack will tell you when it's his turn. He's proficient at that.
Yeah, it's definitely Jack's turn when I'm done. I was going to say about Jack. I think Jack, every time Jack speaks, it comes back. He brings it back, and I don't dig it sometimes because I like the minutia. But Jack is going to bring it back to it's God. It's God, and he's saying the same message that you guys are saying. You got to tune in. He doesn't talk the vibration language that we do, but in order to reach these things, you got to tune into your love, your heart. We got to find a way to resonate at that frequency, and I think it's something God desires. Someone put it that way. I don't know if that's the exact way to put it, but it's a law of nature. So whether he desires it or not, we don't succeed. Perhaps he wants us to see more and be more free, so he desires it in that sense. But it's a law of nature. You cannot battle it. If you don't find these frequencies, I think we stay in hell. Someone else said that shit. By the way, I should probably tell you cats a little bit about my experience with the
real quick. And then Jack.
Yeah. What?
Yeah, please, but real quick, because then Jack.
No, motherfucker. I don't feel like I rushed anyone. Fuck that.
That's fair.
All right. I was with a friend who did some horrible shit. He murdered some folks. And that night when I closed my eyes, I saw a waterfall in like a valley, rushing waters and rushing waters pushing past all these flowers.
When you closed your eyes, like you hadn't.
I was still awake. I went to lay down and go to sleep. I closed it and I was in a different place.
Immediately, or did it take a while?
No, immediately. And
okay.
It persisted for days. It persisted for days. Every time I closed my eyes, I couldn't go to sleep because every time I closed my eyes, even for a breath second, I was taken back to that exact place.
Okay. Now, before that, you had just witnessed the murder. How long prior?
I didn't witness it, and I wouldn't want to give too many fucking details because murder is illegal and all of that shit. Yeah.
But how long after the death of someone that may or may not have happened?
Same night.
So within a few hours. Okay. Now, the level of intoxication prior to hearing about the death or not death of someone and afterwards, would you've had tobacco, alcohol, weed?
I would have been getting high every day back then. Yeah.
Pardon? You would have had weed?
I would have been getting high every day.
But high from what specifically?
Shit, some everything.
Okay, but harder drug. I don't.
Yes.
Okay.
Heroin. I would have.
Okay, so we'll just assume it's stuff that your local doctor does at house parties with other doctors, with the cops that bring it for them and never tell anybody. So now you're doing what everybody's doing, hoping that nobody finds out that they're doing what everybody's doing. And
let's let Joe talk.
But I want to know how, because it's not normal to be wide awake, close your eyes, and see visions.
It's never happened before, but
I want to know what got you to this level.
You'll probably have more questions when you hear this stuff. Okay. And by the way, I was running the streets.
I'll write them down then. Sorry.
All right, I was running the streets. I was the bad guy. I hadn't read no Bible, didn't believe in God. If I did, I'd never said the name in the church and no shit like that. But when this happened, I was taken over there. If you picture a dream, you buy it, you think it's real. Then you come over here and you be like, how did I even believe for a moment that was real? That's how that place makes this look. It's real. The colors are different. They got little things inside them. It's totally different. And it's I stayed up so fucking long that eventually I passed out, woke up in a hospital 20 some hours later. And when I passed out, 3 people came to me, 2 male, 1 female. One of them was antagonistic, by the way. He liked to push me.
Emergency or the hospital room?
I would have been in the hospital. I was out though. I was seeing black at this time. They were talking to me. They were literally speaking to me and giving me lessons. And that energy was there. That energy of love. I think it's love, and everyone had their different energy, and it was all love at a different magnitude.
Even one of them was hostile.
Even the cat who was hostile, he was there to help me.
2 men, 1 woman.
2 male, 1 female energy. Yeah.
Okay.
I cursed. The antagonistic guy said something shitty to me, and I got into my fucking ego, and I cursed, and I was taken over to the conventional hell.
What did he say to you that
they said, you know, Joe, you're doing well. You know, you're ready for this. You're gonna make us proud. And he said something like, yeah, it's not that good. And I said, I'm like, man, fuck you.
Wasn't your dad in the room fucking like, what the fuck?
I immediately was west to that hell with the skin, where you've been burned, your skin's falling off, all of those things. I got tortured for a while. And the moment that I felt that my existence was about to go poof, I interpreted that as hell. And I said, Jesus, help me. And I was whisked back to the other place. And that lesson continued for all those hours. And they taught me things, told me things. And upon leaving, they told me, I told them I wanted to go with them. They said, no, not your time. And they told me how they laid me down, in fact, and they did some religious symbolic shit. I'm not a fan. I've never been to church still, but I laid me down, my eyes closed, and water formed around me. They didn't put me in the water, it formed around me, and water was sprinkled on my head before I came back. Shit, I lost my train, but
it's amazing.
You wanted to go with the 3 people, and they said, no, you have to stay.
And they said, no, I have to stay. Not only that, it was a bunch of weird shit I'm leaving out. Oh, they taught me how to do it. That's why I led to all of this shit. They told me about the lay down and separate, do each muscles. They showed me each muscle to totally relax and step by step, and they'll come to me. You don't go to them, they'll come to you. And I did that. After it was over, I did a lot of times with friends and stuff. We went different places and we studied it, how close they could get to me and hear the voices that were talking to me, objective people.
Okay, how many hours were you unconscious while this was happening?
20-something hours.
20 hours. Okay,
about
so
26,
all these
7, 8
different places that you visited, how many places was it, and for how long would you be in each place?
I was in that hell. It's sad to say, but I went back about 8 times because I kept fucking up.
So
the one that burned me.
Nice place to
Yes, I did that about 8 times. And I was back with them just in the dark. They told me
body parts during that.
I didn't see anything. It was pitch black, and they told me to keep my eyes closed, and I did.
Did you hear anyone else screaming?
No, I didn't hear anyone screaming. When I came back here, though, there was smoke. There was a baby crying when I came back here. I thought that meant that I was going to be reborn and lose all these lessons they had just taught me. And I came out of it. I was in the ICU. And the first thing I said was, where's the babies that I'm hearing crying? They said, this is so-and-so ICU. There are no babies even allowed on this floor. No children even allowed up here.
What's your earliest memory as a child?
Excuse me?
What's your earliest memory as a child?
I think you're trolling me now, bro.
No, I'm not trolling you. I'm trying to answer Rachel. Like, there's a bunch of you that you don't know shit from Shinola and think you do. I'm asking you specific questions because I want to know about your NDE that someone mentioned.
I don't know. Being carried by my father to bed maybe at 3 years old or something.
Okay, yeah. I just wanted to know what your earliest childhood memory is, right?
Yeah.
I have veterans that are rebuilding their memory that have in-womb memories corroborated.
Okay, that's great though, but we were listening to Joe.
Yeah. I wanted to know how old he was. So 3. Okay.
All right. I'm 56 years old. And that would have happened when I was young. And that's about it. But you should know from that I am serious about it. You can't tell me there is no God. I'm not even hearing that nonsense. Whoever says that, if you felt that energy, you know there is God. Now I think that energy is not just God, it is love. Because when they come to you, you're fucking overwhelmed. And it's nothing that you've ever experienced. It's the same way the colors are on steroids over there. Love, we haven't even experienced it over here. When they come in your presence, I immediately start bawling. Every time. I need to stop cursing. That was the first thing they told me. It was my mouth. I need to stop fucking cursing. All right, but I yield, Jack.
Love you.
Love you back, bro.
Yeah, no, that's great. But that's exactly what it is. So we live in a world that doesn't understand love the way that love ought to be. They've equated it with sex. which runs
I
on,
like it. They did that on purpose. If they did, and I think you're right. That's something
well,
they
it
did
runs on
purpose.
similar neurological pathways, right?
Logical, different chemicals, serotonins and shit is logical.
Well, I think that Nicole was talking a while back about three different things about names of gods I hadn't heard of before, but she was describing them in certain ways of thinking and feeling that we all have, which were intuitiveness, which was gut cell.
Oh yeah, that's
heart
right. She
feelings,
did. Yeah,
right? And
yeah.
then the mind, right? So we don't know where anyone's mind is, right? People lose them all the time. No one has a geographic location of where they are.
Yeah.
However, there is the mind, right? Because you're commanded to have the mind of Christ, right?
Well, of course.
And as a man thinketh in his heart, so is he.
Yeah.
Now, the neurons in our brain, which is closely associated to the mind, because when you get your brain splattered, no one's talking about your mind. They know your mind's gone, lost, they're not looking anymore, right? So those neurons, they fire whatever at however many milliseconds quickly. The heart neurons fire faster. So let's say they're like 200, 250. The heart neurons are like 350, right? But then the gut neurons, they are now firing at 400 to 450. Again, my numbers could be off. Anyone can look it up. So now scientists, the US Navy specifically in the 50s, were measuring using antennas the electrical transmissions of gut neuron communications at a range of over 4.5 miles.
Yeah.
Right? How often do we get a feeling or think of someone and they call? Or we call them and they say,
that was one of our experiments we did when I came out of that stuff. Make people call. We were successful them 100% of the time of picking somebody at random, have someone else pick, so I couldn't possibly know and make that person
and
call you.
You went through those experiments?
Yes, we made many
with
experiments.
who? Like while you were at
No, that dude was a bad guy. I abandoned him, and they told me he was bad. When they came to talk to me, they told me how bad that guy was.
They told you how bad who was?
The guy who murdered all the people.
Mm.
It was a family.
Mm.
Yeah.
Sounds like a bad guy.
Yes. Shit. Now you see how easy I smoke weed. That's how easy I lose my fucking train of thought.
Yeah, that's okay, right? Because it's better to microdose. You'll get the same effect, right? So, I mean,
Can I talk a little bit eventually? Oh, Jesse, you're muted. Jesse, you're muted.
We are going to get to Michelle, but I know, Jack, did you want to respond at all before we get to Michelle, or did you want to wait till it comes around? You're okay? Okay, so Michelle, thanks a lot, Joe. Thanks for everybody who's, chatting and saying their stuff or trying to get a flow here, but everybody seems to want to talk when people are talking.
Let me interrupt you a little bit. I've been on a lot of panels. I even won the first panel horror of the year. No one's ever said, go a few minutes and just speak your thoughts. That's never happened to me, so that was cool.
That's Jesse. Appreciate that. So, Michelle, how about you? What's your thoughts on, what people have been saying here and just general? What did you want to share here with everyone?
I think it's all been really good information, and I'm grateful to be on here with everyone, and I have unconditional love for you all. I'm glad that we have this platform for us to conversate. And then I'm going to finish with this. Me, thyself, and I'm a triple threat, and you can bet I have no regrets. I'm in forgiveness. That is my business. And understand this. I will shine my love light, and it will shine on me. Shine, shine, shine. And I will be who I want to see.
I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I took notes before when you said what you said. And at the end, you said that love is expansive, and you said that we need to appreciate other people's differences, right?
Yeah.
And that's what it is. Like, people are seeking appreciation and attention, and and people need to pay attention to what people think and how they're feeling to help them. Like if we're not helping anyone else, if we're all one, how are we going to help ourselves? When we turn a blind eye to a bum in the street to step over him because he's going to ask us for $5 or $2 or some kind of change you can't buy anything with, to pet some dog that came out of some shishi pet store with their shishi owner from a Buckstars drinking a neurotoxin, to make all nice with the dog while they ignore a human being they see every day and never do anything to ask how he feels or how he got there, then the world's going to be dog eat dog. They're going to get everything backwards.
Isn't that the way it is? How we
when you realize what God is, like you said before, Joe, or any of you, to whatever level and perception you have understood it, you weep, you cry. Like, I mean, because you see everything that's good and that could be better, and everything that was good and was destroyed and what's wrong. And that's why Jesus wept all the time. He's like, holy shit, man, all these people do is complain, man.
That's also Jack's message too, is that we're gonna have to come together at some point to pull this off.
No, he says kind of stuff, right? But I also want to get people's attention drawn that everybody's a substance abuser. Everything that goes into us, like I said when I came on, alters our thinking and perceptions and things. So we do lose train of thought. The good thing is about weed is it'll bring you on a higher vibration of love, but it'll also let you make, instead of linear, which are considered more masculine traits, creativeness.
Tell me about it. I've edited videos. I smoke my ass off. Doing that
when
shit.
men love each other, other people suspect them of sodomy. Like if me and Jesse have a love vibe going on one of our chats, you know,
that's
people
not true. I know. I think you gay
with guys with girls in their lives loving each other like for no reason. But that's
hey, OT,
OT,
you're not Jesse's type, okay? He's more of my type.
Number one thing's that I love all.
Oh yeah, I forgot.
Love.
God is a jealous God.
We're all trying to bang each other up here, or maybe I misunderstood something.
Well, yeah, but that's what it is. That's how we're going to change the world. That's how we're going to change it's perception. If I change from here to here, I'm seeing things different. Everybody thinks they're looking at a circle. No, you only look at a circle when you're on top looking straight down. Everybody else is looking at an oval, at an ellipse. They're bent out of shape because they're not at the top with God. They can't see clearly all things at once, right?
Right on.
That's why God is all and in all, right? That's why the harmony comes, the resonation, the frequency vibration matches up, and love heals all.
And that's why they call you OT, because you're over time.
Of each other.
Science also says that if you can't create nor destroy energy, science again says that you will go on like a soul, more proof scientifically of God.
Yeah, but I don't want to go back to the darkness. I want to be with people I love forever.
Wait, what darkness are you talking about? What darkness?
Darkness. That's when people don't know shit from Shinola. When light gone into the world and the darkness comprehended it not.
All right, I thought you were talking about when you die.
Oh no, like when you see the truth but don't see it. Like
yes, I don't think there is such thing as going back. Once you've seen something, I think it's done. Yeah. You're cooked. There's no going back.
Yeah. That's why these people that saw Christ back from the dead, they went to their deaths not denying that they saw him raise up. The religious authorities wanted to suppress these guys because they were continuing to expose religion like Jesus Christ did since he was born, right?
I got another really good story for you guys.
He becomes the ultimate sovereignty anarchist liberty guy by telling everybody to be a man and only listen to God, right? Well, but if you're going to be like God, you have to love people. You have to account for their differences. You have to.
Damn it, I think
his connection went. And I was just going to say that, you know, in order to love people, you have to also be able to allow them to talk as well. So,
yeah,
you know, I think that's a big part of that, you know.
I know
So
I've been.
I just wanted to ask Michelle, but she's gone. So maybe tell your story, Joe.
Yeah, I'll
And
try
then
to
because I
keep
wanted
it
to
short.
continue
And I
on with
know I've
Michelle, and
been.
then we'll get to Mike.
Thank you. I know I've been monopolizing a bit at a time, but this goes with what he was saying, and it goes with the God theme. Another guy I was with, I just read this book, Divine Revelations of Hell, and I suggest y'all check it out. And I was telling him it hit me. It's incredible. And this guy also.
I don't know what happened there. Yeah, but they're the #1 killers in the world, and we rank.
Joe was talking, so we're
Yeah.
just, you bounced out, so
Also,
we're gonna listen to
al-
Joe. I'm just gonna put you on mute so that way we can hear other people.
Also, another bad guy. He killed 7 people that I know about. And he got out of jail and he wants to turn over a new lease, blah, blah, blah. That book, though, Divine Revelations of Hell, on the way home, he picked me up from my girlfriend's house. I picked up the book and I sat it on his lap because I was telling him about it before. And when I did, he screamed, what are you doing? What are you doing? That type of thing. When I removed the book, he's like, what are you doing? What was that? I was like, nothing. It's a book. I put it back on his lap. He screamed, get it away, get it away, get it away. That's the very short version of again. I haven't heard another explanation other than that was good versus evil. In the book, Divine Revelations of Hell, it's about a chick who said Jesus came to her and told her to say these things and showed her what hell looked like. And that was the book that did him like that. And he was a really bad guy.
Fascinating. So how about Michelle's not back? Maybe Mike, you've been waiting patiently. Thank you so much for, being respectful, and let's hear what you got to say.
Thank you. Sometimes I'm not patient. I apologize. Like I really believe in the truth. So, and I'm fired up just like everybody here. And I honor everybody that's on this panel right now. Yeah, because the whole thing is this: we are sacred. That's the key. Like when everybody treats everything like it's just disposable, everybody just becomes a consumer.
Right on.
And you're just exactly, and you're not appreciating, then you're depreciating. If you're depreciating, then you're the problem, because we need to appreciate. Otherwise, we're gonna end up in debt more than we're already in debt. We need to start getting out of debt, and the debt is the truth has been neglected. So that's the debt there, because once everybody realizes that there was a Jesus Christ that came, died, and rose up, he said he's going to come back. And now he's saying that he's here. I am here to forgive all your debts. I have that power. The thing is, it's such a big project, saving the world. And so me just by myself, trying to do everything.
You throw me with like the chick that says my prenums are they them. This is my first time meeting you. You know what I'm saying? I'm wrestling, trying to know when you say me and he. I'm trying to.
This is your first time. This is your first time. We've actually.
We've met.
I mean, on Jack's probably.
Okay, I didn't know the Jesus stuff was coming, and I am wrestling with. I'm getting frustrated.
Yeah, because I wasn't talking about it that much on that one. Yeah.
Well, when your message sounds great, and then when you say me, you're just throwing me, and I should have shut up because that's a me fucking problem.
This is the worst part about my.
I don't. It makes me think that I guess you're serious and you're sincere. You're saying good shit, then you say me, and I don't get it. Or maybe you don't really think you're Jesus.
The whole thing is
shit, do you?
No, I am Jesus Christ. But this is the whole thing. Okay.
If you are, you're going to say it pretty confidently, right? You're not going to wait for corroboration from someone else.
Yeah, and it's the whole thing. Also, I don't need anybody to believe for me to be Jesus if I'm already Jesus.
This is true. Go ahead.
I need people to believe in me because I don't want to cry when you guys are going through the tribulation. And it's only fucking maybe. I mean, last time there was only 8 people that got saved from the great. I want to hang out and play Parcheesi and fucking, Candyland and chess and not fucking have flying drones and robot dogs with guns and the latent plagues that they shoved in everybody, turn them on, right? And everybody's fucked. And I'm crying because I've been literally out here just trying to tell everybody that I'm here and I got all the proof. But because it's so offending what I say, because people don't want to believe it.
Can I ask you then, Mike? Jesus,
you
can give me a solution here, Mike. Listening to these guys, I come to believe that I create a thing. that I am perhaps creating this end that I dread, is new currency and lack of cash and all this crazy shit, the chip in your hand. I'm creating it. So how do we avoid this shit if I'm the creator, or am I the creator? You tell me.
No. Let me help clarify. I know exactly what you're going through.
All right.
Okay, so people will like try to have you that you're imagining this stuff, right? Like with me, that I'm imagining it. When I play it through the speakers, when I show them on the computer, all these things, it's not in my head. It's literally, I'm showing you exactly what the heck is.
Aren't you creating it too? According to the philosophy we've shared here today, we are the creators of these things, our thoughts, our psyche, all the languages we've used. Didn't you create this along with me? And the more we fucking have anxiety over it, the stronger way we make it.
No, here's the thing. Okay, it's everything has come to a climax. What is about to, I mean, the movies were only trying to prepare you for it. They kind of try to desensitize you guys. But the thing is, everybody likes that shit because something deep within them knows that anytime this fucking shit can go fucking south real quick. And the whole thing is, it's been prophesied that it will. And there's an order to everything that God has a plan for. Can we get God to relent from his wrath?
I guess.
It's possible. We need to get everybody in sackcloth, throwing ash on their head, rolling around the ground, and screaming and crying out to God.
Okay.
And Jesse's already got the sackcloth on, so we just got to catch up with him. I'll fucking do the shit too. I'll put on sackcloth, rolling around. We're all fucking rolling around, crying out, because that's what we need. And it says that in the Bible.
We might be doing a little bit of that right now.
Yeah. But the thing is, if that's not what we want to do, there's another option. Everybody got to believe in me and do what I want them to do. And nobody wants to do anything I want them to do because I'm Mexican.
I don't know if it's because you're Mexican. But
or maybe I'm an asshole. I don't fucking know. But you guys are counting on me. And I literally like pull my own hair out. Look at this. I'm pulling it out. I just pull it out because I'm worried sick about you guys. I'm already safe.
Me too.
And I already know all the shit I fucking know. I don't need to tell everybody for myself.
So, but the whole thing is what Jesus came here to do was to teach people that they have their own right and ability to have their own connection to the Creator.
Absolutely.
And that's what they, so everybody is safe. Everybody that's living balanced, everybody that's living with a good heart is in a good, safe place, and they are allowed to. That was the whole message of what the book was, is you're allowed to have your own. You don't have to sit there and listen to anybody else tell you that you need to be doing this or listening to me this. As long as you talk directly and have your own connection, that was the message. That's what Jesus' message was. Fuck the religion. You don't need any of this. You don't need them. You're allowed to have direct communication with our Father, with the Creator, and everybody
through me and my name.
and through their own connection. So if there's a tribe in South America that's never heard of Jesus, that's never seen a Bible, that's never had heard any of this stuff, but they live their life honorably, they help each other, they work together in a community, but they never even heard of Jesus. So they don't need Jesus. They just need to have a good heart, be in balance, be a good human being.
Go to hell. They didn't
don't be a shitty person.
Don't be a shitty person.
And then you're okay. Everybody's got that. But that's your view. But that's not a view of a whole lot of other people.
Okay,
and that's where the disconnect comes in, because you believe your view is the only view.
No. Listen, I appreciate everybody. I hope everybody doesn't think that I'm not appreciating them at all.
I'm not sure that's what he said. I think you just dodged right there. He's
they
saying
have no chance to learn it.
Plural.
They have no incentive to learn it, you said?
No, they have no chance to learn it.
Chance to learn it.
Because where they live, they don't have it. They just
We were talking about the South African tribe. They didn't have a chance to learn the rituals of that, but they learned Jesus when they lived a good life. They found
Perfect.
Jesus then.
Amen.
Yes,
I mean,
that's good. I'm glad
they're-
everybody who finds Jesus is very
if they
important.
if they don't have the teachings or whatever, and they're innocent and they have a good life and they help people,
Jesse,
they're saved.
But the teaching is love. The teaching is love, period. If you're a good person, you're a loving vibration, you don't need a set of rule books. You don't need people telling you you need to do this or that. As long as you're a loving vibration, you're in a good standing with the universe.
Let me
Nobody
speak to
can
this.
tell anybody different.
Let me speak to this. You know, I actually agree with Jesse, because this is the thing. The whole safe thing is not everybody's going to die in this great tribulation that's coming.
Okay.
But the thing is, if you do die, if you are exactly what Jesse's saying, you're connected to the Creator. Yes, you're safe. You need to know that you are not going to go to hell.
Right
It's not
on.
just the people who come with me are
I
going to
got you.
escape hell. It's just like a multifaceted
No,
thing.
no, I understand. I believe that only 144,000, even by the Bible, will be raptured up, and
That's
there's
it's not everybody. It's not just 144,000. I fucking hope not, dude.
the
Literally,
word rapture is not in the
that's
Bible.
a lot of people going to die.
The word rapture is not in the Bible, by the way. Neither's the word Bible.
Neither's the word hell.
And
Well,
technically,
no,
y'all.
hell is in
Sheol, yeah, I mean,
Not
lake
in
of
the
fire.
original scriptures. Hell is not. There's things. There's
Right.
Gehenna.
Lake of
There's
fire.
other things.
Lake of fire.
Hell is a made-up word in order to make people afraid that there's some fiery place that people are going to go to if they act like assholes here, and that could be further from the truth.
Okay, but
No,
why do
it's
you say
truth.
that?
I
If
love you,
I
Jesse,
agree
but
with
it's
you,
true. I got it.
what
That's my
would
opinion.
what would corroborate what you just said? If I agree with you, if I say yes, Jesse, you're right. God's not going to throw me into hell.
Right.
What's your...
I'll let Aaron answer that.
So let me tell you, as a psychologist, you'll understand this, brother. The only hell there is this fourth dimension we created, which is the lowest dimension of heaven. And when we knew evil, we created devils and demons that reside there. And when if you study the process of death, which is technically not meant to happen, but when you do die, you go through a lifetime review, and that attunes your soul to the realm of dimensions that you will reside in. And so if you're guilty when you review your life, you end up in the realm of devils and demons.
Right
when
on.
you have a lifetime review and you see that you did good things in your life, you go to divine dimensions.
Yes. Another guy who had a near death who shares your belief, he said that over there, I think there were 9 different dimensions, and there were some doors, all religions and stuff were over there, by the way. Some doors not everyone could access, and the ones who mastered those doors were the ones who mastered love here on this plane.
Yes, I am the door. I am the door.
Let me share with you, though, really quick.
No way, I'm the door.
We can
You're
all
an
be
apostle.
we
Settle
can
down,
all
apostle.
be the ultimate hero
Golden Gate.
and literally save every soul that's been stuck in this hell.
Yeah.
By leading every devil and demon back to their divinity. This will literally save every soul from hell. They can't do that without being physical. Us in this physical, like we are literally the resurrected Christ. And we can save every soul that's been stuck in hell for eons, honestly, and Satan himself. We can save that entity by not consenting to that which is evil and leading every evil spirit back to, like, you can't get a bigger hero status than that, right?
You guys all can be the saviors. That's the whole point of the whole thing. I need your guys' help. I'm only one asshole.
Wait a
I can't
minute.
fucking do all this shit myself.
That's right. Neither can I. I need help.
Can I jump in here? I mean, with all seriousness,
I want to hear what Jack has to say.
I mean, with all seriousness, I'm not claiming to be Jesus, but I do claim to have within me the
He's over
inspiration and opportunities from people from my past. My goal is to get in front of the citizens of the United States government and other global leaders to convince everyone that it's time for the truth to be known and that we reform our system, we end the conflicts and the debts. So I'm genuinely looking for people who want to try and help me do this.
Do you have a solution?
Well, man's laws were created and written by man. And so man's laws can be changed by man. And so if our corporations and our governments are no longer allowed to keep secrets legally.
No secret societies.
Amen. Simple as that.
Bullshit. So the secret to hell and shit is to make a law that you cannot keep a secret or have a secret society. No, I don't believe that logic. No,
It says in the Bible, no secret societies. I
Yeah,
don't
yes,
know where
but
it
making
is.
a law is not going to stop it, right? So we don't have a solution. There's no such thing
Hey,
as you're going to make
Joe?
a law and make people stop. We don't have a solution by making a law.
We do actually. Let me tell you
God's
guys.
law is the solution.
What's going to
Yeah.
stop it is
So here's how we
everything
stop
that
it,
gets
y'all, really.
destroyed in the Great Tribulation. And those who
So, by
are
the way,
with me are going to begin
hey,
to
Jesus.
build the new world.
Jesus, brother, tribulation, it's not of God because it's not life-giving and loving. It's fraudulent fiction, and I would really appreciate that you don't curse our world to tribulation, because those who run the world know that it was intercepted, but because guys like you keep saying it is going to happen, they see you consenting to it and they make it happen. It's got to stop.
That's
It's
what I was
not
asking.
right.
That's not true.
I was asking.
Revelations
Tribulation is
happen
not of
because
God.
enough
This
people
is a
believe.
tall ask,
Revelations,
Aaron. This is
though,
a really tall
Revelations
ask.
happens because people believe it's going to happen. If enough people
They're using
believe
that as a
something is
script.
going to happen, it makes it happen. We literally
manifests.
manifest things into reality. We are manifestors. So if we manifest that we're all going to come together in a loving, beautiful, all evil is going to be eliminated. If everybody on earth manifested that, everybody came together, guess what? Evil eliminates itself because it can't be around the love vibration, and it just can't. It's it's doing everything to destroy love because it cannot create it itself.
So we
Well,
can't.
when it happens, I just want to say I warned you guys, and I was trying to say
Thank you for your warning. Thank you, but we're looking at creating this world into a better place, not destroying it.
Can we
I'm
come
not
to?
destroying shit. All I'm trying to do is save it.
Then
Can we
don't
come?
consent to its destruction.
How do we get because if our numbers are little, and I'd be a hard you guys got to convince me. I really believe it's happening, and I have to stop believing that in order to help you cats. But is there a process to get everybody fucking all these other 85-90% of people on board? What do we got to do? Just what we
How do
doing
we
now?
all stop thinking about all the shit that we see everywhere that's telling us this shit's fucking coming down? This fucking ship is
You
about
have
to
to
sink.
be of one accord.
Don't
Yeah.
we need everybody
Yeah,
then? By
yeah.
that philosophy, I have to win over the police who I'm out there filming. I must win them over somehow.
Well, the
Of
cops
course.
are the same guys Jesus exposed when they detained him, right, without cause. They arrested him. The
Yeah.
cops are the guys that brought him to the lawyers and the judges that falsely convened all
The
those.
cops didn't want to do it. When I told them that I was him, they all fell back.
Yeah, right, exactly.
And then
Exactly.
Peter cut
Exactly.
his fucking ear off. I
Yeah,
had to put the fucking.
Yeah,
Okay.
and he's like, dude, what the fuck are you doing, man? Will you chill out a second? He had to fix the guy right there, right?
I can't take the yelling, so you start yelling, I'm gonna definitely mute you because that's
Well,
not. But that's the Joe. Like you make an important point. How are we gonna get there? What do we do to get to that point? And I think it's one soul at a time, one panel at a time, one person at a time. We all wish that this could happen in a much more faster pace than it is. But when we are doing things just like something like this here, how many people have been able to listen to this and maybe gain some knowledge and maybe want to stop that judgment, maybe want to get back into that love vibration, and this goes on and on. We don't stop until we've actually won this, because what other choice do we have? Give up and just hope that we're going to be saved, or that we get raptured, or
we
that's
expedite. We gotta use these tools to our maximum abilities. We have to use our minds to find ways to expand the message. I think we're gonna have to do something along those lines.
100%. Matt, let's hear you, brother. Thanks for being so patient.
Yeah, I try. Yeah, there's definitely some. interesting chatter here back and forth. That's for sure. So, a couple things I'm going to talk about what resonated with me, and then I'm going to throw some questions at some people probably. So, I want to say in regards to Aaron speaking about Jacob Rothschild and some of his interactions, look into that a little further personally. But it's interesting enough how he mentions that plans were delayed because initially, and I don't think I said this on the episode I was on with Jesse, I'm not going to go into all the personal details, but in terms of people introducing me to Freemasonry and such, I as well, the first document I ever uncovered was, I can't remember the full document's name, but one of the chapters is called Lockstep. I'm sure people are familiar with this here. So, but it mentions something like 2016, 2017, 2018. It does not mention 2020 in there. So it's interesting to note because that's sort of delay, right?
Yeah.
So, but basically as a result of figuring that out, I kind of had, like, we'll just say for lack of better words, the biggest breakdown ever because society and the world in and of itself was not the same vanilla picture that I had in my mind. So, but that was meant to happen as to, you know, bring me forward to where I am today.
Yeah.
So, as well, something else that was said, I think it was Nicole in particular that had mentioned, so I'm going to go to the number 3. She mentioned heart, mind, and gut, right? And the thing is I'm not trying to instill like fear porn here for lack of better words. When I say we're all possessed on some level, like we've all eaten junk food, we've all had like frozen food, something like that, right? So on some level, we all have a degree of parasites and we have to detox in a sense, so to speak.
Yeah.
And so I think that, well, this panel in and of itself is helpful personally to me because I get to hear where each one of you are coming from and I learn new things. And as well to some of us here in this panel, and I'm not trying to paint a black and white picture here, some of us here have a little bit more knowledgeable about the scripture in and of itself, and I can't attest to having that kind of knowledge, if I'm honest with you, a couple passages here and there. If I'm real, I know a little bit about history, but I don't claim to be a historian or any of that, and we all know universities are, for lack of better words, dog shit that don't really teach you anything.
Indoctrination institutions.
And let me say something, Matt.
Imagination is feed through, I guess you'd call the third eye, right? And that's exactly why we have fluoride in our water, right? Like, by that pineal gland. So, as well, in terms of the aspect of duality, Nicole, you said it, I'm sorry, but you mentioned Duat. You said Boaz and Jacob. So the two pillars in Freemasonry of Solomon's Temple are Boaz and Jachin, and these are each the first and second secret words you learn in those degrees. It's not hard to find this out by reading one of their books called A Monitor. You can just look at all their rituals if you really are that curious, their handshakes and whatnot. So, and I can actually attest to, last night I was at a bar with a friend and I did the test of doing a Master Mason's handshake on somebody who turned out to be a Mason and was talking to me all about their corporate life and stuff. I really thought I was. Well, not. As George Carlin would say, you know, it's all not in it, right?
You're not in it.
It's all what? You broke up there.
Sorry?
It's all a club and you're not in it. Okay.
Yeah.
George Carlin.
The big joke of
Groucho Marx says he doesn't want to belong to any club that'll have him as a member. That's the duality of it, right? We're not in a club, but if you had it going on, you wouldn't even want to be in a club that would have you as a member. So if you do the inner work, your inner shadow work, you'll realize you're not that nice of a guy. And then why would you want to be with other people that aren't that nice, that mistake you for being nice enough to be a member of their nice club that you're not invited to?
I have a club.
Because you don't love your neighbor as yourself, right?
The real joke
I have a club.
I mean,
I'm the only member of it.
He was a famous comedian.
I need more.
That's kind of the big thing of that. But the other few things I wanted to say here are, well, for one thing, big message that I always like to preach in these videos on my channel is that there's nothing to fear from these people like the Jacob Rothschilds or the Orsini family, and because, for lack of better words, Jacob Rothschild is a little bitch because at the end of the day, he's afraid of whoever his superiors are, demons or Orsini family or whatever it is, right? They're just scared puppets and acting, and they want us to believe something and create it. As Jesse was talking about manifestation, and he was making reference to revelation. And I do think that people need a revelation, not in a biblical sense, but revelation is the same thing as apocalypse, where apocalypse actually means unveiling and revealing. It does not mean destruction, right? Common to what people think. So
it's to reveal.
Yes, exactly. And there's a difference between a revelation and a revolution, because a revolution is what these people want, right? When you revolt, you're just simply fighting back, and it's just a circle. It's just a circle, exactly.
Yeah.
So
love is the revolution, and love.
Say, man.
The only reason people do anything, good or bad, is because of their interpretation or misinterpretation in this world of what love.
Revelation means reveal.
Yes. Well, I agree, OT. I agree with that up to a point, only because, I mean, there are sinister people that very much have nothing but darkness in their hearts. But don't get me wrong, too, because there's such a thing as well as being blinded by light. And allow me to explain.
That's what happened to Paul on the road to Damascus. It's like, if God is pure energy, then he's an all-consuming fire that no man can approach unto. Unless they match that pure frequency, they'll get incinerated, man. You know?
Yeah.
Like, love is the truth. Like, you align with it or you don't, man. Like, there's no in between. Anything that's not love is horrific and will end up in ultimate destabilization, disorganization, darkness, and death.
Absolutely.